I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Freedom Friday. Yes, we're celebrating whatever freedom we have left. The world is becoming more of a police state every single day that we live here in this country. The number of people dying as a result of cops is 1,200 a year on average, and most of them are unarmed. And yet the two parties do nothing to stop this. They continue to endorse this police state, acting like we're doing a good job of protecting the people. Yeah. More and more, we're looking for investigations into people like John Podesta, James Alefantis, and we're getting nothing. Nothing. They're just completely covered up. They even called it a Pizzagate story that they would make illegal to talk about on Reddit and Twitter. In a country that claims to be free and democratic, how can you make a word illegal to post? Now, in the media's effort to define what fake news is, and they created the term, by the way, CNN came up with the term in reference to Pizzagate. This is a tragedy where the news, which is supposed to be free and an opportunity for people to have free speech, is controlled and dialed in to telling you that if you speak out, you're committing a hate crime, or you should be censored. When was it when the truth became censored and the falsehoods and all the fake news that's really happening in the mainstream media is considered true news? Well, that time is now. We're there. We have reached that point where we haven't had representation for so long. The Democrats, Republicans have done nothing to represent the American people's views. Most of us are centrists. Most of us are in the middle of the political spectrum. And most of us would never have voted for Hillary. That's why Donald Trump got elected, along with Trump's support from Russia, which even our Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen said didn't happen. DHS disagrees with the CIA and the FBI. She doesn't believe that Russia rigged the election in favor of Trump. I mean, where has she been? She also doesn't believe that the illegal immigrants, the 4,500 kids that are missing right now, weren't stored in cages. We have a completely upside down system right now that needs to get tethered to the ground, and we need a rudder. We have a rudderless foreign policy. Trump is now going to charge the people around the world. NATO troops will be forced to pay more because of our support over there. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's all over the place. Let me go into the news for a second and just give you the heads up on what's happening. Satellites have detected activity at the North Korean missile assembly site. So not only did Donald Trump not negotiate a settlement, this has been happening all along. We never saw any progress because Donald didn't want to make progress. He just wanted a meet and greet and to look like he was reaching out to North Korea. And we have some very sad news on the side note here. Airwolf actor Jan Michael Vincent has died. And he died like a month ago. It took this long for TMZ to get the report that he had passed away of a heart attack on February 10th, 2019. Yep. So no autopsy was performed, so we don't know, whether this guy died of a heart attack or not. I'm wondering what they did with his body. It wasn't clear why it took several weeks for the news of the death to surface before it first reported on TMZ, but messages left at phone listings for Vincent and his wife weren't immediately returned Friday. Yeah, born in 1945 in Denver, Colorado, Vincent starred in movies like The Mechanic, Hooper. He played a stuntman opposite Burt Reynolds. Off-screen, his handsomeness earned him a spot on a cosmetic surgeon's 10 best noses list in the late 1970s. Wow. It's kind of nice to have the 10 best nose. Anyway, actor Jan Michael Vincent was, he kind of slipped into kind of an out-of-control state at one point, and he wasn't getting any work. I'm not sure where that took him, but obviously dying at 73 is not fun. But hey, that's pretty good. It's not bad. In 1984, his AP interview, Vincent described his passion for being on the water. He said he spent 3 months after wrapping up Winds of War sailing the Caribbean. And he said he was a longtime surfer. Yeah, that's where we kind of remember him, from the surfing era. Yeah, the surfer dude. Anyway, yeah, I don't need to pretend to be anybody I'm not. Some people said, David, you look a lot like this guy. Well, whatever. I mean, I kind of look like David Soul and a lot of other people. But I can see what they say about him having a nice nose. I know. I kind of like my nose too. I had a person named Armand Assant tell me that I needed a nose job. Armand Assant, you probably know the actor. He's, yeah, that's him. This guy told me I needed a nose job back in the 80s. I was like, dude, what are you, a nose expert? He said, no, my father's a plastic surgeon in Hollywood, and I'm going to become a star. He told me that. I was with a friend of mine. I said, wow, really? So you're going to become a star? That's amazing. Armand Assant. Good for you. And he did get like 10 movies to his credit. I guess some people know what he is, but I don't think I needed a nose job. And I don't think he needed to become a star just because his father was a plastic surgeon in Hollywood. I mean, really. I know. Can you believe that guy? He is sexy. Corey Feldman's here. Hey, Corey, you just had you basically got caught and tangled up in the web of deceit regarding Michael Jackson. The story about Michael Jackson is taking front row center because of the release of Leaving Neverland. 4 hours of boredom, no proof. I don't blame the Jackson family for suing for $100 million. And Corey came out and said that he was never sexually abused. Well, that's good, but now he's kind of rewinding because two people in the movie said that they were sexually abused. So
advocate for changing the statutes of limitations to make sure that victims' voices are heard, it becomes impossible for me to stay virtuous and not at least consider what's being said and not listen to what the victims are saying. This is very important. We must give them their voice. We must allow them to speak. And
well, good. And we're going to be playing more of Corey Feldman tonight and allow him to speak some more. I agree with him. Corey was obviously a victim of the movie industry and pedophiles. And I'm just concerned that, you know, his voice is being thrown out there as kind of a filler. Is he really the final word on this child pedophilia thing going on in Hollywood? I mean, there's got to be a lot more review done by the FBI, and we haven't seen enough. You bought fresh shrimp? That's good. Good for you. Fry that up for dinner. Well, maybe Corey Feldman was involved. That's my concern. A lot of the victims are involved in that stuff. Hello, Mad Dog. Welcome. Thank you for coming in. Mad Dog. Good to see you. Yeah, life throws us some wrenches. Always at the wrong time. Yeah. We have more and more videos left and right here. Jared and Ivanka are in the news. The White House leak to the House Democrats on Jared and Ivanka clearances is being scooped. So they're finding out exactly how much Donald Trump knew about the attempt to get Jared Kushner secret clearance. He claims he didn't know anything. And everyone, including John Kelly, has signed on saying he was asked to install Jared Kushner with top security clearance. Priscilla Presley is now saying that Michael Jackson offered her $10 million to get in vitro insemination, and she declined. Okay. Priscilla Presley was a little old to do in vitro. Yeah, I don't know why Priscilla Presley. Are you sure it's not Lisa Marie you're talking about? Oh, you meant Lisa Marie. Okay. Well, that's possible. You know, Michael Jackson wanted a lot of kids, but we have a video tonight about 13 celebrities that sadly passed away recently in 2019. Wow. Well, Jared, yeah, the issue about Jared and Ivanka is Jared had his finger. No. Okay, we'll do that later. Jared had his finger on the all the information about Yemen that he used against the Yemenese government when he asked them for a loan for his 666 Fifth Avenue. That is a gross violation of top secret information, and when he did that, he should have had his security clearance pulled. Saudi Arabia has been involved in killing people as a result of this. So Jared's connection to Prince MBS has been significant. Yes, so all the connections between Saudi Arabia is under review. So you like her, you think she's hot. Okay. I'm sure she has a very happy marriage with Jared, and I don't know any reason why we would attack Jared and Ivanka in our show, other than the fact that Jared should not have access to anything top secret. David, do you have an intrinsic count on foreign-owned assets in the United States? No, I don't. Do you have that information? Yeah. Well, how would I have it? Yeah, it's a very complex thing. I mean, I was talking about how there are people that own motels in this country that get loans from Pakistan or from the U.S. government if they're from Pakistan to get, buy a motel. So why are we allowing people who are not U.S. citizens to buy motels? That was my biggest concern last week. All right. The cause of death, 13 celebrities passed away. Anna Borgern, age 49, Swedish entrepreneur, author, and blogger, rest in peace. An unknown cause of death. I guess this is a depressing 4 minutes of looking at people that died. I was shocked when Luke Perry died recently. 32% foreign-owned assets. That's possible. That's a pretty good guess. Yeah, this Brody Stevens, suicide by hanging. He was an American stand-up comedian. Wow. Hey, I'll play this later tonight. I don't really want to, do tribute time right now, but thank you for the link anyway. And we really can't afford to spend time, talking about Corey Feldman and Michael Jackson. We really can't talk about Trump cheering the Patriots to Super Bowl victory with the founder of the spa where Kraft was busted. The Robert Kraft scenario is kind of, I think, a sidetrack. Just like the Jussie Smollett thing is a sidetrack. That Jussie Smollett was arrested, of course, charged. 16 counts, is it? Jussie got 16 counts, I think. It's no longer the main part of the news. But yeah, he did a lot of bad things by setting up a big hate crime attack on himself. We're just trying to process all this information. Barry's daughter's enigma. So some people are wondering where Barry Santoro's daughters are. And yeah, there's an enigma going on. Let's take a look at this.
Going down the rabbit hole. The other than the moon being my obsession, the Barry Soetoro obsession, and understanding how they put in him as the POTUS and his background that could never be and was justifiably argued about being fabricated and false. I mean, he even had to throw away a guy in prison who was a veteran, Terry Lakin. I digress, because I could go on for probably 3 days. But his daughters. And
well, we'll be talking about his daughters later tonight, too. Yeah, I guess that'll be in the video segment. Because, I don't really know if Melania is... Thank you. I don't know if Melania is also a topic of discussion. We could talk about Melania now. You want to do that? We'll get all this side stuff talking about people. Well, today's Women's Day, and Trump has budgeted $100 million for women. Wasn't that nice of him? I think it was more to help Ivanka than Melania. Trump's 2020 budget will include $100 million for a global women's fund, spearheaded by his daughter Ivanka. Oh, I'm so very happy for you, Ivanka. All the money will go to women. What does that mean, really? I'm not gay, and that I resent that. Yeah. Where's all the money going exactly? The White House said the budget expected to be released Monday will include the funding of the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative. Does that mean they're going to give money to women on the street? Because I think they should. In a statement to the AP, Ivanka Trump noted that Friday was International Women's Day and stressed the initiative was working towards our goal of economically empowering 50 million women in developing countries by 2025. Well, that's kind of good, except what about the women on the street in America? Man, this country is a developing country. Can we possibly give $100 million to the people on the street in America, Ivanka? Oh, I'm sorry, but worldwide, sure. But how much money will actually get into somebody's hands? I believe that $100 million is going to be funneled into some rich pocketbooks and people making big salaries, sucking off our entire financial numbers. And our numbers are despicable. Trump cannot balance the budget. They're saying that Trump's budget will not balance for more than a decade, sources say. So he hands $100 million to some woman that talking about, I'm working for the Women's Development Fund, and I'm talking about a lot of money, Ivanka, you got to send me some money here, you know what I'm talking about? And then pretty soon you're bye-bye money, and he still can't budget this. Unreal. Budgets recommended by prior administrations have been crafted to ensure the federal budget eventually balances, that government spending does not exceed revenues by the end of the next decade. I'm sick and tired of this. I promised a zero deficit by 2020, and I'm going to work on getting that. I am. Well, by 2021, obviously, I can't do it now. Well, yeah. You had 9 pancakes? That's not a diet, man. Okay, so you had a tabletop griddle of 9 pancakes that you ate? Yeah, from Newark. I'm going to talk like I'm from Newark when I'm talking about people from Newark. Okay. You want to talk about getting a cup of coffee or something? You know, anything. Hey, this is kind of a cool little add-on to your personal cool things to buy. You want to make pancakes on the fly anywhere? Your personal pancake 17-inch tabletop griddle with stainless steel front plate. You know, I'm not going to ban that. No, I'm not going to ban anything. Well, yeah, our tiny GDP is not that tiny, though. We're still much larger than Russia by far. Yeah, $18 trillion GDP versus 2. 17-inch tabletop griddle for $99, almost 5 stars. That's pretty cool. Yeah, thanks for the link. Trump budget won't balance for more than a decade. Yeah. Deal with it. So you got Trump, you're stuck with him, and you can't impeach him because the Democrats can't even articulate what's wrong with him. I can spell it out. If you'd like, I'll give you the lineup, starting with, obstruction of justice. No, the Cold War did not cost us $50 million a day. That's just ridiculous. No, we're building military for our own survival, not just dealing with Russia. No. You can't blame it all on Russia. We will pull the budget down to $500 billion from where it's at, $719 billion. Part of our GDP comes from military, so don't kid yourself. There's a big part of our output comes from the military. I'm not in favor of creating weapons of mass destruction. I'm more of a defensive weapons guy. I believe that we could have a nexus of defensive tools, and we even sell them to our enemies. I don't think that's a problem. Assuring mutual assured destruction is not enough. We actually have to have a plan to make sure that everybody's safe from each other. One of the unsaid truths about humanity is that we're all in it for ourselves. That's what a common expression is. We're all in it for ourselves. And many people now are believing that Trump doesn't care about people in general. That's a big deficit he's got. According to this story, Donald Trump's big problem is voters don't think he cares about them. I agree. There's one thing about, taking care of your basic needs, making sure you have a warm place to sleep, place to shower, food in your stomach, water, fresh water, clean water. These are the things that I value. Trump has to meet a $30 million a month nut that if he doesn't pay $30 million a month on his interest, they could default on his loans. That's not a man you need running a country. So if you go with the obstruction charges, you can go with the obstruction charges that he said to Lester Holt that he's firing James Comey to end the Russian thing, inviting the Russians over and the TASS news service to secretly videotape a meeting that we still don't have a copy of, not having any review or notes of his interviews with Vladimir Putin, the 6.5 hours he's had with him, no oversight whatsoever, willfully obstructing justice in preventing the sanctions from happening, sending his son over to meet with the Russian attorney to end sanctions ahead of the inauguration, the Moscow meeting going on while he said he's not doing business with Russia, the Trump meeting. It's endless. We're talking about the Moscow Tower dealing and then the Trump Tower dealing. It's all these different accusations that Trump is working for Russia. And it looks more and more like he is. So that in and of itself, and then you've got the emoluments clause violation, the making money on the Trump Hotel in D.C., $90 million he made so far on that. That's ridiculous. Conflict of interest laws violated. Then the possibility he's received bribes from various cabinet members to become secretaries of, like, education. Betsy DeVos, we know for a fact, gave him $9.5 million, which is a gross violation of FEC law. I mean, the list goes on and on. I could assemble an impeachment hearing within about a half an hour. What's taking Ocasio-Cortez so much time? I mean, Ocasio is leading this parade. I'll tell you what's happening. She's a dunce. She doesn't even know what economy of scale is, or the idea of tax incentives. She knows nothing. They put a dunce in a very powerful position to even push Nancy Pelosi off with her head shaking like she's got Alzheimer's. This woman is not the person to lead an impeachment hearings, people. Thank you. Not to mention the Logan Law, the Logan Act, which has never been prosecuted. I'm not allowed to talk to people like Putin or Xi or Kim Jong-un. Thank you. Jared Kushner, please. You bad enough they're calling you a kook, whatever that means. You don't want to come in here and say I'm handsome, okay? Your wife will begin to wonder. All right, thanks. Purdue Pharma to appear in court as scheduled. We heard news that Martin Skrellick is doing business from prison. What's going on? Cleveland judge, big Purdue Pharma, infamous maker of OxyContin, along with Johnson & Johnson, are due in court. Oh, okay. Nice. Well, that's great. I mean, thanks for telling me. I don't know what to do with that story. Nor can I talk about Martin Skrellick's handling affairs with his, pay plan phones in prison. Okay, according to this, the labor secretary seldom meets with labor. We can't get anything from Acosta, not even a resignation, in lieu of the fact that he rigged it so that Jeffrey Epstein didn't face any punishment more than a year. And the more we find out about this guy is not only does he not answer to the story about Jeffrey Epstein when he was a federal judge getting a light sentence, but 2 months later, 2 months before the Labor Department reversed course and proposed a lengthy delay of regulation of bars, blah, 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 evidence meetings served more than 1,000, blah, 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 exactly what we saw in fiducial real, I'm just reading through this. Yeah, basically, not much here, but Labor Secretary seldom meets with labor. He very rarely does his job. So this is a cush corporate job, or a corruption job, a pay-for-play kind of thing. You wash this hand, I wash that hand. He covered for Donald Trump's friend Jeffrey Epstein, and he gets a job as Labor Secretary. Does he do the job? No. Do we even have a real clear understanding of our labor problem in America? No, because we're listening to Donald Trump say we only have 4% unemployment. We have 45% unemployment. 97 million people are unemployed out of a potential 215 million employable people. And I'm one of them. And I'm not looking for work. But that's just the point. There's a large number of people not working in America. Jared, please don't talk about anything about your wife. That's a bannable offense. Yeah, in a negative way. We've got some pretty tough news for some of you people in the Captain Marvel controversy going on right now with Brie Larson. And a lot of young people right now are just, this is a big issue because anyone saying anything negative about Captain Marvel is being censored on the internet. The bannable offense list is just anyone who attacks, who uses foul language and shows great disrespect. How about that? There you go. I know that'll take you a while to study. Well, we could legalize prostitution. I've talked about decriminalizing prostitution. Trump isn't getting anything done, Mitten. Trump is a snake, but he's not getting anything done. We're now seeing, the ramping up of nuclear weapons in North Korea. No progress whatsoever, just like I said. Okay, here's the story. I'm sure all of you are going to be watching this tonight.
Well, what is going on, everybody? Sega here, bringing you another dose of toxic masculinity, or so they say.
Okay, this guy is a YouTube guy with only 6.2 thousand views, subscribers. That's not bad. Yeah, we'll play this later for all of you who really want to watch it. I don't think it's a big center story, whether the Captain Marvel story is being, negatively censored or whatever. It's just kind of a side note. Censoring is going on all over the place in America right now. So it's not just Captain Marvel, guys. Sorry. No, I can't get you flying cars, but Uber is looking into it. Uber's actually got a brand new flying car option for people that they're going to be rolling out. Yeah, I don't have the story though. Flying cars. Yep, I don't have that. That's an old story, but Uber was working on something. Blue Velvet. You talking about the movie with Dennis Hopper? Yeah, the sky full of driverless flying cars is just a decade away, according to this article. You don't have to do a sloopy dance. No, that's okay. I don't think Mark has a mobile app. Yeah, the thing is, Mark is relying on HTML5 rolling out on mobile apps. And you all know that you have to download like Puffin to make that work. Oh, Blue Velvet is a drug? I didn't know. What is it mixed of? No, I'm not going to ban him. Are you black? We didn't know you were black, Misanthropy. Thank you for sharing your racial background, but that's not important. We're not here to, segregate against blacks in our show. I saw that, but I didn't realize you were black. And Mad Dog, stop being negative about it. Oh, you're not? Oh, okay. You just pretending to be black? Car makers in a frantic race to own the driverless road. But a little noticed parallel contest is underway in the world of autonomous vehicles. A competition for who will dominate a shift of major traffic from the road to the air. Here's the Jetson. The Jetson has become a catch-all metaphor for an almost futuristic vision. But Boeing CEO Dennis Muilenburg, in an interview today with Axios, painted a picture very much resembling the 1960s cartoon. In January, Boeing flew a prototype of its small pilotless vehicle. Wow, they really are progressing. He said in just a decade, the skies in the U.S. cities will be filled with electric autonomous flying vehicles, ferrying people to their destination, averting roads that today are often impossibly congested. Well, isn't that a great hope for tomorrow? Yeah. Go Jetson, you George Jetson. Yeah, that'll be fun. I can't wait. I won't do it myself. I wouldn't fly at anything that has no control over its navigation system. I'm not here to define patriot. You can define it individually. Blue Velvet is a street name for an IV drug of abuse, said to produce euphoria and excitement consistent of, like codeine and a weak heroin substitute mixed with talc. Well, I can't imagine doing anything like that. Blue Velvet's a drug. I don't do drugs. Smoking a little marijuana, that would be okay. I know. But why are people so hooked on drugs when we've got legal marijuana in various states? You go figure. Why? Why would you choose illegal drugs when you can get high on life? Or just smoke some pot. I mean, that's going to get you really high on life too. Okay, apparently it's not your drug or your herb of choice. House votes in favor of illegal immigrant voting. Oh my gosh, these people are so off to the left. They actually think we want amnesty. The House has no idea that they got elected because we want impeachment. They don't get that. It's because nobody in America has a voice. Nobody in America can tell the House openly that we voted for you because we want you to impeach Donald Trump. No, there's not one person in America who would get that voice heard. You want mushrooms, DTV? Well, there's talk about mushrooms being legal in Nevada. There's talk about it. Yeah, they're actually thinking about it. Well, let's be clear. Let's be unclear. This is so ridiculous. Why would we want illegals to vote in our country? This is where the Democrats are playing out the socialist plan of Cloward Pivens. And Cloward Pivens was an outright plan to get more and more illegals into the country and get them to vote. And here it is right in our face. Socialism 101. Saul Alinsky style socialism, the kind that Hillary and Ocasio represent. We don't want that. Jeez. I know. Boy, these people are so off the grid. It's crazy. They want illegals to vote in our elections. Can you believe this? That's why I'm saying I'm not in favor of LGBTQ, because it caters to the far left, and I'm not in any way catering to the far left. It's ridiculous. Yeah, anything for power, exactly. Yes, the founder of the guy who handled the Robert Kraft massage parlor has been busted. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And another one down, and another one down, another one bites the dust. I believe this Robert Kraft deal is a little bit suspicious, kind of like, oh, don't look at Jeffrey Epstein. Take your eyes away from that. Let's talk about Robert Kraft instead. Trump partied with the founder of the massage parlor where Robert Kraft was busted. Yeah, there she is, party time. Cindy Yang and with Donald Trump, another woman at the Trump Super Bowl party. Oh, Cindy Yang was famous for telling people she had access to the presidency. She had access to the president. Yeah, she's a woman who's founded a chain of seedy South Florida massage parlors, including one where Robert Kraft was busted for solicitation of prostitution. She attended Trump's Super Bowl party and even snapped a selfie with the commander-in-chief. So maybe this Robert Kraft thing is a witch hunt to go after Donald Trump and his friends. Maybe that's it. Well, I believe there's a connection between everything, but it's hard to imagine. You think the massage parlor is doing business for Jeffrey Epstein? That's a possibility. The Yang Dynasty was an exemplary period of time in Chinese history. But are we talking about the Yang Dynasty, or are we just making side talks about Yang? Because, yeah, there's some nutcase Obama supporter, and it's the Yuan Dynasty, not the Yang Dynasty. It's officially the Great Yuan was the empire of the ruling dynasty of China established by Kublai Khan, leader of the Mongolian clan. Yeah, Yuan, not like the Yuan, like it's not Yang. Yang's this guy who's claiming the idea that I came up with, the basic income idea for America, should be up to $1,000 a month. And I can't see that being sustainable. I mean, I'm offering $500 per month. And the cost of this could be upwards of nearly $1 trillion. But I doubt it, because we're going to be getting rid of welfare. But his plan could cost $2.5 trillion because he wants to give it to everybody, even people who are already hooked up to the system. Yeah, he's not stealing any real credible ideas, because no one's going to see that as a credible solution. We're already bankrupt. We can't afford to be more bankrupt. This idea was honed to meet the demands of our economy and the demands of the people who are in need of something to get by. And Sarah is here to represent the beautiful country of working adults who are actively trying to get their life improved, and she represents that group of people. And in essence, we're here to encourage people to work and find work, not make people wards of the state, which this Yang guy seems to want to do. Biden, I don't trust anything he says. I want to see the film he made with his daughter Ashley. And he even said he wants everyone to see the film he made with his daughter Ashley. I want to see that film. Or better yet, I want to have you see it and tell me about it, because I'm not that interested in this film with his daughter Ashley. All right, I think we've got enough weird stuff to look at here, but one more thing. You know, remember Julian Assange? Well, he hasn't really been seen except maybe a couple years ago on the balcony outside of the Ecuadorian embassy in London. But he just stated something very strange. He said, almost all terror plots are created by the FBI as part of its business model. What is the business of the FBI? Extracting tax. What does it need to do that? A stable threat. Problem question. Real terrorists are sporadic and make FBI look weak. Solution. Make them stronger.
Make them, meaning
Make them.
make terrorists.
Make the terrorists, right. Make the terrorists. That's what they're... And he says the FBI is giving guns to the mentally ill to attack people, then leaping in to save the day, cameras rolling. What a bunch of jerks. Now, for a guy who hasn't been making appearances lately, he certainly is active on Twitter. And his account has never been taken down. So I'm of the belief that Julian Assange may very well be the public relations firm for the government, a disinformation agent. Good. Thank you. I just don't trust anything he says because he doesn't seem real to me. We already outed him as a CGI impersonator. We actually showed film of his face being CGI'd. Yeah, we talked about that a few times. All right, Sarah's going to take over. I'm going to continue on, and I'll be back. Is that intimidating to have the earth behind you?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Somebody was like about all the likes on Facebook. Yeah, popularity. It's crazy that today popularity gets to the top of the search engines. My day was really well. How was your day, maxed out credit? I didn't use my credit card at all. Alright, I'll let my hair down. What's for dinner? I had some snacks, which appetizers, I guess, before I got home. So, we'll see. Maybe I'll have some of that pork, pineapple, fruit, rice dish David made yesterday. Mad Dog's... Oh, is that what's happening? Is that why David banned you at one point, Miss Anthropy? Because I just feel like you're kind of like a friend, kindred spirit friend. Oh, David banned you at some point because you're so misanthropic. And you were saying how perhaps the campaign isn't... Yeah, never mind. All good as usual. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. I think I still have a lot on my... Thank you. I still have a lot of things on my to-do list, but I had a very productive week. Very productive week. I'm actually surprised how productive I was, but I still have a lot more to do. Did I see Google yesterday? They posted a Russian mathematician woman. I don't remember that. I think I am mastering life. My day was very good too. But my week overall was super productive. And the part of it is kind of like letting certain things go that I used to be stressed out about, I guess. Oh. I don't work too far from home, but I do have some travel time. Warren wants to break up Amazon, Google, and Facebook. Convert spinning rust into eavesdropping mic. Wow. Good enough to recognize music via Shazam if you turn it up to 11. It's not just the walls that have ears, it's also the hard drives. Oh, so wild. Interesting. Bangalitis is giving me a link. Yeah. Oh, cute. Oh, I did see that. I didn't click on it. Olga Lady Henskaya. Google Doodle celebrated a Russian mathematician's 97th birth anniversary. That's cool. 97th birth anniversary. Her methods for solving partial differential equations remain influential. Wow. If she can solve partial differential equations, why can't I? Should just start studying those. I should study her work. Thanks, Bangalitis. I would show it on the screen, but some people say. Her mathematician dad introduced her to algebra. That's so cool. When she was 15, Soviet authorities executed her father for being a state enemy of the state. Man. Her mother and sister sold dresses, shoes, and soap to make ends meet. Wow. Leningrad State University denied her admission. She taught math to secondary school students. She triumphed over personal tragedy to become one of the most influential thinkers of her generation. Nice. That's very cool. I'm really liking this. She got her PhD under renowned mathematician Ivan Petrowsky. She had headed a laboratory of mathematical physics at Steklo Mathematical Institute. She became the president of St. Petersburg Math Society in 1990. Wow. Russian Academy of Sciences awarded her the Lomonosov Gold Medal in 2002. She's authored more than 250 papers. Wow, this is very cool. That's cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. No, I don't get stoned. Do you? I don't know at the moment what I'm going to eat for dinner. I know what I had for I know what I had for my appetizers. Okay, thanks 457. I don't think I should, no. No, fortunately I love fries. Most of the time when they're... Of course I'm grateful. I am very grateful. David would be more grateful. I've never had that happen, but all the students I teach are very young. Ah, good question, Misanthropy. Is that your prediction, Hillary? I am. Thank you very much. I should say that. Just gratitude. I appreciate you, 457. Ah. So one of the things I'm working on right now is creating bee sticks. I have all these little bees, like dead bees. They're in the other room. Bee carcasses. And I'm gluing them onto toothpicks. And then I have to get some flowers with pollen on them. Wonder where I'm gonna find flowers with pollen on them. Maybe there's some lilies. Anyway, and the students are supposed to fly them out round from flower to flower and see how the pollen attaches to the bee. No, they're in the science kit. They're not bees. I found that on the ground. They're in the science kit. I don't know where they got the bees. My worms are so cool. They're doing, oh, my phone's in the other room. I got a new worm bin, or I should say we got a new worm bin, so that we can compost some more, because I had reached capacity and of the compost. The best time to like at least start collecting food scraps. Collect food scraps from school. And yes, and you need to get red wriggler worms. You need to make sure that your worm bin has a lid. It needs to be solid. Well, ours are all made out of cedar. Ours are actually made out of Alaskan cedar, which is stronger, I guess, a different type than the Western red cedar and lasts longer. And anyway, I was looking at the compost section that we had stopped composting at the end of September, hoping that I could start sifting the dirt out of that. And I can't, because it's too I started, like, I just put a shovel in there and uncovered a little bit. And there's like so many worms, hundreds, thousands of worms. Yes. So did you know there's all different species? There's tons of different species of worms. I think there's like 10 different species of worms or something like that. I bought the worms. These red wriggler worms, they cost like $35 a pound. But if you do composting, then 1 pound of worm will turn into 2 pounds of worms in about 3 months. And I don't have a picture right now, Misanthropy. But I do have it on my phone, so I'll get my phone. I saw somebody wrote food. I'll get my phone and I'll show you them. They're so cute, my little baby worms. And so when they're actual babies, they're actually white. They're not red. It's only when they grow bigger that they're red. And they're not really big long worms. They're actually like little, they're like this long. And they can eat their body weight in one day. And red wriggler worms are great for fishing. They're actually also known as trout worms, because they're really good for catching trout. And oh no, they're not in my house. I do have some of the worms at my house, but not in like my house. They're manure worms. The red wrigglers, they do like cow manure or steer manure, but then you can feed them food scraps, but they don't actually eat the food scraps. They eat the bacteria that grows on the decomposing food scraps. So interesting. Very interesting. No, I'm not. These aren't worms inside of me. They're worms in the ground. And so the reason I got into vermicompost is what it is, as Vermatech worm technology, is that basically I wanted to help kids not throw away so many things. And we already recycle. They already do a lot of things where they don't throw away hardly anything. But they were throwing away all their food scraps at lunch. So then we got into composting, and that's why I say you could go, if you started a worm bin, you could go and get the food scraps from a school. And the thing is, if you do it right, you can get it's just amazing soil. You live in a complex, there's 800 residents, and you don't compost? You want to start one? Yeah. The only issue that you do have to be careful of when you start composting is you have to make it secure so that vermin don't get into it, so that it doesn't attract rats and mice and things like that. And you could do vegetables and meat, but you say separation. Actually, the way I compost, you don't have to separate anything. You don't have to chop it up fine. You don't have to do any of that. You just dump it in, cover it. You can cover it with either you can cover it with like even aged manure, and then or peat moss, and that's it. You're done. And then the next thing, the way these worm bins are created, I'll go to the site that does them, but they're going out of business. But you can build your own. And then once one side is like 3/4 full, you move it to another side. But even better is that if you created this cover, say you wanted to create a garden eventually, and you wanted really good soil for your garden, the hardest part about our composting system is emptying out the worm castings. I don't want to put growth hormones in my worms. I have enough worms. I don't need to grow them anymore. I am grunting. No, I'm not. I don't need to grunt any worms. I have plenty of worms. Like I said, I have like 1,000 worms, maybe even 1 million. I have tons of worms. Well, not literally 2,000 pounds. I have thousands of worms in my worm bin. So I don't need to like call them from the ground or anything. I just shovel some over and I've got plenty of worms. So this is the site. Okay, so let me show you this site. What do I do with the worms? I harvest their castings for the garden. And then I grow things from their castings, from their waste becomes my black gold, my great things for my garden. Okay, let me show you this. I'm just going to start getting rid of all these. Remove. Well, maybe one of these is good, but so this is from that company, but see how you could basically build your own. The one thing that you want to do is make sure that you build a lid for it. Because like I said, you need to make sure that you keep out the vermin. And so it looks like basically a box, but it's not a box because the bottom is open. And instead of sitting on the ground, you can bury it into the ground a little bit so that the like I said, the mice and rodents can't crawl under it. And so you actually bury it in the ground. One thing I've seen that the people of this company actually did is they actually created like just a topper, then dug a hole where they wanted a garden to be, and then they filled it with compost, and then when it was dentrified, they just moved that topper over to the next place where they wanted the garden to be. But you dig it into the ground and you leave the bottom open so that the worms, any water that does get in, will go through and the worms can crawl down and crawl up and things like that. And the other thing is you actually separate, see this, here. This section in the middle, you actually want a separation with wood slats, and then the wood slats you want to have openings between them that are about as big as your fingers, because you fill up one side of the worm bin with your composting, and then the worms, you start filling up the other side, and the worms will crawl over into the other side on their own. And then when this side is fully decomposed, this side is about 3/4 full. This side should be ready to harvest, and you can test if it's ready to harvest just by digging down a little. And if you experience any smell or you see a lot of white baby worms, then you have to wait to harvest it. So I actually have like a whole bunch of bins because I'm composting on a massive scale, commercial scale. And then what you do is every time you just throw in all your stuff. It can be meat, it can be anything. Like I said, the problem, like a lot of people usually don't compost meat or cheese or animal products. It's not because they're not edible by the worms. Worms are not vegetarian. The red wriggler worms are not vegetarian. In fact, they don't even eat. They eat, like I was saying, the bacteria that grows on the decomposing food. So they can eat anything. Worms basically can eat anything we can eat, they can eat. But the problem that some people experience when they put in meat products is there's two things. Mainly, the main issue is that it can attract vermin like seagulls, rats, mice, all those. They would love to come and hang out there. That's why you've got to have the lids, have it sealed so none of the vermin can get in. And then the second issue really is you want to wait about 6 months before you take the compost and put it into the garden, because the USDA is a little concerned about foodborne illness. No, they're very concerned about foodborne illness. They recommend that for aged manure, but vermicompost is a little bit different. And the nice thing is this is a cold system. So you don't have to heat it up. You don't have to turn it, mix it, none of that. You just dump your food waste in. You basically start with a bottom of like steer manure, then add a little, like maybe a week's worth of food scraps, add your worms, and each time you add food scraps, you want to cover those food scraps with some type of bedding material. They call it bedding because think of it like, I always tell the kids, think of it like this way. You could fall asleep in your spaghetti, but it wouldn't be very comfortable. So just like that, the worms can sleep in their food, but it's not very comfortable for them. So it's best if you add bedding, and bedding would be either peat moss or steer manure. Sarah is rambling. Sarah loves her compost. All right, back to you. Let's talk about what you love. I don't think I would do cedar shavings for it. You're at school at NAS Whidbey for 2 months. Were you getting trained as what were you being trained for? I should ask that. I think worms can save the world. I think worms are really and my big thing about worms is that I was really unable to garden. I did not think of myself as a gardener. I tried, failed miserably. Okay, granted, I'm not the best at watering, and I do know that water is vital. And maybe that was my problem, but when I put this vermicompost on, it just everything just grew. All right, so what were you at school for? Were you being trained as a in the Navy, I know they also train, radar, flight radar, control flight. What do they call those? That. Anyway, I know the person that trains people. That's where I live, Real Magoo. NES would be. Yeah, it's like down the street. That's where I live. I don't live on the base, but I live there. That's my town. You were on the trail behind the E Club and you had internet. Nice. No, the sailors don't hit on me. I don't really hang out at the place that the sailors hang out. I don't hang out really. Okay, you're trying to give me this as my background. I heard they have a great... Oh, this is adorable! I love it. Okay, I'm gonna save it. I don't know if those are red wigglers, but they're definitely cute worms. Save image as... Did David save this for me already? No, it doesn't look like it. I've got to call it worms. Yay! Alright, let me get my background that Misanthropy just gave me. Because it is... I didn't know that worms were my passion, but... 1998, year before my time. In 1997, I was legally an adult. I became an adult in 1996. But I was just like 19 in 1997. 97, 98 were some of my favorite memories were from those years. I don't know where David put it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they've done a great job with the internet out here. Ah, I love it. They'll be like, do you want a different background, Sarah? I'll be like, yes, I want my worm background. He'll be like, oh God, what is with her and those worms? I mean, I think she likes the worms more than me. No, I still love you, David. I just really like my worms. They're adorable. I'm trying to respond to two different chats, Captain Aldi. I don't mean to ignore people in chat. David will never make spaghetti from my worms. I won't let him. Even though my little white worms, they kind of look like some kind of pasta. You were a Navy E2 at the time that you went to radio school. Nice. Good night, maxed out credit. I probably will gross people out, just like... with the background of the worms. It goes really well. I mean, my hair matches the color of the worms. I have heard that worms are full of protein. Especially my worms, because I actually feed them meat products and milk and cheese. I feed them everything. Yeah, it'll be great to see David's reaction to the worm picture. You're like, what did you do, Sarah? Oh, that's a good one. Wow, those are really wild worms. They don't look like red wrigglers. What are those worms, I wonder? Scissor Fight sent me here. Scissor Fight sent me this. Now I don't eat them. You can, I guess. No, Captain Howdy. Yeah, the EF-18, the growlers and the prowlers and the... I think they even have a G something. Okay, that's cute. I have not noticed the personalities for my worms. I have way too many to notice the worms. My friend will hold a worm for kids and say, what do you want to name it? And I don't. I just say, yeah, he can be your pet, but he has to stay here at school and you can come visit him anytime. Because I'm sure you don't have the food to give him. But they would if they could. Yeah, Canada definitely sells red wriggler worms. No, I don't think so. Captain Howdy. Yeah, and aren't they pretty smart already? Yeah. Okay. True. You're right. 688. Yeah, worms could drown in certain soil. That's why they crawl out to sidewalks during the rain, because they're trying to get away from the lake. They don't swim. I don't know, maybe a horse? I used to think my spirit animal was a horse, but I don't think so. Now I think it's a worm. Oh, you're doing your trivia, you're training to win my trivia? That's pretty funny. There's worms in that song, and the worms ate into his brain in that song. Hey you, don't tell me there's no hope at all. Together we stand, divided we fall. What the heck? That's just bizarre. That worm. I don't want a worm that big. Scissor Fight. Give me this picture. I don't want a worm that big. That is weird. Let me show people. Let me pull it over. That's just bizarre. That's a giant worm. That worm would eat my little baby worms. Keep it away. That's why I always tell the kids, if they find a worm, put it in the garden, but don't put it in my worm bin. Because some worms will eat other worms. night crawlers would eat my red wrigglers. That is one giant ass night crawler. Yeah. I think a fish would be scared to bite on that worm. Yes, that's true, DTV. Use night crawlers for fishing, yeah. You should try the red wrigglers. They're smaller, but tastier. They're great for trout fishing. I guess you could cut it up in pieces. I don't think Walmart sells red wriggler worms, Captain Howdy. And I needed a bunch of worms to start my composting. Okay. All right, let's move on. I'll take the picture off of the worms. Going back to the space. And I guess I could start trivia, but I think Dave is going to come in a minute. I should probably look at the news. They say soft Brexit, hard Brexit, how about endless Brexit? The UK might never leave the EU if the deal doesn't pass, Theresa May says.
Theresa May.
Okay.
Share
Worms are real, I know.
Worms are real.
So, Miss Anthropy gave me... No, not that one. This... Wait, where is it? This link. This picture.
Ooh, worms are real, yeah.
He's like, here's a background picture for you.
It's almost as good as a snake pit, you know? Why don't we just add a snake pit to the back of our show?
I don't need a snake pit. I've got giant worms.
Worms are just as disturbing. Well, not quite. Actually, you can
And
stick your hand in
Certified
worms.
gave me
Sure.
sent me this picture.
Oh, wow. That's a long worm.
Bizarre.
You know, have you ever put your hand in the worms and just, does it feel weird? I mean, squiggly around them? I mean,
I'll hold them in my hand. The adults, not the babies.
no, the adults, you know. I will too. I'll hold them individually. I'm not afraid of worms. I know, isn't
Some
she
kids
smart?
are like,
Yeah.
ew, gross. But other kids are like, ooh, cool.
Yeah.
Can I help? Oh my gosh, did you see that bug? Oh, there's a millipede.
Well, making good soil is where I'm coming from, you know? Mm-hmm. That's really, you know,
That's where I'm coming from.
I really
too.
think that's the key. 'Cause
My new worm gun. I am very excited because I got my new worm gun.
Oh, it came today. Great.
Yeah,
Awesome.
big.
Is it just as big as the others?
Yeah, it doesn't seem as deep, but maybe that's just my imagination.
Maybe they dug a hole when they put the original ones in. You know, like dug
Yeah.
into the ground.
Maybe they're gonna dig a hole too.
And that'll make them deeper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I love
R.
it.
Kelly.
All right.
According to R. Kelly's former attorney, he speaks out and says R. Kelly's guilty. Wow. Thank you, Sarah.
Well, that looks good. The backyard mechanic who's taking on Tesla.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll look at that too. Yeah, clicking links. That's what we do. Yeah, dinner's on the stove. The salmon is ready, and you can have whatever you want there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Right. Chicago Times. You see how many links I have open in a show? It's like 20 links here. R. Kelly was guilty as hell, singer's prominent lawyer from first trial says. Wow. Well, and people have been talking about this bizarre, weird experience that they're seeing like a video of R. Kelly spoofed by Dave Chappelle, in which he urinated on, underage people. I mean, the whole thing is just, I don't even want to go there. I think the whole thing is disturbing. It's perverted, and I just hope the courts can handle it. But if this guy says so, he's still innocent until proven guilty, of course, but yeah. R. Kelly's on television saying he never did anything illegal with underage girls. I didn't do this stuff, he told Gayle King on CBS. This is not me. Trying to reach over the head of the legal system and speak directly to those who might be in his jury pool, which is his right, I suppose. I didn't do it. Well, man has a chance to defend himself, absolutely. Well, unless the guy was... The guy might have been paid off to say he's guilty, too. People can get bought. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, here's the man named Ma'am revisited.
It's the video seen by millions. Tiffany Moore, a transgender woman who recently started her transition,
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
yelling at an employee inside this Albuquerque GameStop. Moore says the cashier repeatedly called her sir instead of the gender pronoun she identifies with.
What are you, retarded?
While she was trying to return a game she bought for her son.
Ma'am, once again, ma'am.
Macho Man, tranny savage.
I said both of you.
No, you said sir.
You have to admit, she is rather mannish.
Once again, it's ma'am.
Well, I thought she was a man.
I actually said both of you guys. It was general.
Right beforehand, you f***ing said sir.
He looked like a man.
Sir? Okay.
Take it outside. If you want to call me sir again, I will show you a f***ing sir.
It's a man, baby.
I apologize. I apologize now.
I was so angry at that point because literally 5 or 6 times he had called me sir and got me so fuming angry, and I was cussing.
Wow.
What are you, Down syndrome?
We're humans just like you. We're people just like you.
Are you retarded?
Single thing. I would do it 100,000 times again. I would kick over that display 100,000 times again because my actions were justified. I mean, it was blatant and malicious hate. It was blatant and malicious misgendering.
If that is a woman, it does look like she was beaten with an ugly stick.
But Moore, a local MC and rapper, isn't letting the memes get to her. She's using her newfound viral fame to raise awareness about the transgender community, and she even wrote a song to get her message out there.
You're full of shit.
We're humans just like you. We're people just like you. We're humans just like you. We're people just like you.
You fucking retarded?
We're humans just like you. We're people just like you.
Are you retarded?
We're just trying to live.
Fuck you.
And yeah, I could have reacted a whole lot better. But you know what? I look back at it, if I could, I wouldn't change a single thing. I would do it 100,000 times again.
Enough's enough. Enough's enough. Fuck off and go and put some more makeup on.
Yeah, there's a lot of people fat shaming people and saying, this is now tranny shaming is the thing. I don't get off on that. I really don't. I've met transsexuals who are struggling to find who they are, and I don't think we should make fun of them. But at the same time, I don't support an LGBTQ movement. So there is a fine line between getting gung-ho behind something and going, yeah, we really need that, or just saying, just back off of these people. They're dealing with life, okay? Wake up. Poor guy's having an identity crisis, homosexual panic. You can only imagine what he's going through. But he looks like a man. I know, but he's doing a really good job of looking like a relative of mine who's a female. So, yeah. I mean, I was beginning to think that it might be a distant relative of mine. Same with you, Anita. You're related to those people. Well, I'm just saying. Uncle Margaret. Uncle Margaret, a tranny actor, yeah. Let's be a little bit kinder to the tranny actor. Yeah. But I appreciate that, and I definitely will put it in my list of videos I'll play again later tonight. Yeah. This came up from Misanthropy. I think it's one of the hottest news items we picked up on our chat room tonight. WikiLeaks revealed a character, an alter ego of a guy named Skippy. Yeah. This is getting weirder. You know, there's enough talk about Pizzagate. Now it's getting to be, you know, John Podesta was seen wearing this in a picture. It says, not everyone is aware that John Podesta has a confirmed alter ego called Skippy. 32 results found in WikiLeaks emails. Skippy, ill-humored, it said. Quick-tempered, edgy, sarcastic alter ego. John, known for occasional dark moods that prompt friends and colleagues to refer to him as Skippy. Yeah, that's a weird story, I think. I mean, if you want to take a look at that Reddit feed, here it is. Yeah. You were in 1975, you were on Whidbey Island? Wow. Must have been kind of a ghost town around here. Population here has quadrupled since then. Well, the idea of a guy posing as a Skippy is beginning to raise eyebrows. I think, you know, the WikiLeaks that said, oh, the pizzas aren't going to make it, so they may sell them for less. Well, pizza was a known term used by the FBI that said that pedophiles use that term to refer to, what, even children. Yeah, well, we all have, there's the John Podesta link to what appears to be, yes, we have another Podesta link somewhere. It's been Podesta night for some reason. Yeah, he's supposedly related to someone, Joseph Mengele. Yeah. Shocking claim. Let's take a look.
Breaking now. A bombshell investigation by two historians claims that pedophile John Podesta's father was the notorious Nazi angel of death, Joseph Mengele, who tortured children and may have conducted MK-Ultra mind control experiments with U.S. government supervision under Operation Paperclip.
Wow. What an amazing 41-minute video that'll be playing tonight on our show. Yeah. So I would talk about it more, but that's just like, wow. What do you do with something that disturbing? I know. And then there's the link between him and Chester Bennington. No, I don't believe any of these claims. What makes you think I believe these claims? Baron, I think you're misunderstanding me. When I talk about these, I don't believe them. I'm not, like I can believe this. If I go to the White House gift shop, I can buy this mat with all the president's faces on it. I believe that. That's a truism. I mean, that's for real. I don't believe any of this other stuff. You got me pegged as some sort of a conspiracy theorist, man. Wow, just because I believe that they're spraying us with chemtrails doesn't make me a conspiracy theorist. I'm waking up to the Matrix. I'm becoming more aware. I mean, that's basically what's happening. I'm showing you that I know that they are spraying us and we have to do something about it. I mean, what are you doing? Condemning me for believing things? Just as likely that worms will inherit the earth if they keep it up, because these things are working their ass off. Look at these things. Some nice looking worms there, man. This will pretty much destroy the entire earth, worms, and bring it back to life at the same time. That's why we like worms. We really believe that healthy soil, composting, bringing back the soil will make it drought resistant and healthier for us if we're eating food grown in that environment. So yeah, we support the worm movement. Save the Worms Foundation. Okay. Swift. Okay, I don't want to look at that. Okay, Elizabeth Warren is saying kind of what I've been saying over the past few years, and it's kind of a sad, day that we have Elizabeth Warren spouting this not so Cherokee Indian who made a lot of money off your tax dollars, deceiving you, claiming she was a Cherokee Indian. Elizabeth Warren says she wants to break up Amazon, Google, and Facebook, and that's exactly what I've been saying for about 4 years now, 4 or 5 years. I haven't played up to that story because, as you know, it's going to be hard to even challenge one major monopoly growing. But I think even the government's beginning to look at this. An interesting thing about Attorney General, not to prejudge him too much, but our Attorney General now has ultimately said that we have an antitrust issue going on. The big companies have gotten too big, and it's the first time that William Barr has made these statements, which kind of triggers a lot of strange concern that, corporations they don't want to be shaken down too fast. Are you David Duke? No, I'm not. Do I look like David Duke? Because, I don't see a resemblance here. You put me up against his face all the time, and I know. People say, yeah, dude, you look just like David Duke. I seriously do not see the resemblance. Let's see, I'll bring his picture in for you. Yeah. His head is also oblong, like mine. It's true. Yes, so. Wow, that's kind of a trip. He does look like me, doesn't he? Interesting. Yeah. I'm beginning to see your point. Look at this guy. He clearly looks a lot like me. Well, thanks for sharing. I look like a lot of people out there. Yeah, we had a guy come into the show just the other night and showed me the picture of somebody who I look like. Yeah, it's just no big deal. Alex Jones. I look like this guy, Alex Jones. He's you probably know who he is. Not the fake guy that is pretending to be Alex Jones now. That's Bill Hicks. He works for Skunk Works Productions, Sacred Cow Productions. But this guy. Who cares? Who cares about Fuzzy Zeller? That's the guy I look like. There you go. The real Alex Jones. 81% positive match. Bradley Cooper. Ooh, let's talk about who else I look like besides David Duke. Bradley Cooper. He's got some interesting ties to Renee Zellweger. I'd love to be able to talk to Bradley about what he thinks about Renee Zellweger. Does she look like Renee Zellweger, or does she not? Or there he is, Bradley Cooper. No, I don't look a bit like this guy. No. I don't have that, that look. No. Nice try, though. But there's a conspiracy theory that I don't mind talking about on Friday, because that's what we do here. And that is that Renee Zellweger is not, in fact, Renee Zellweger. Let's just take a look at the possibility. It's enormous that she was replaced. Now, I've been looking at the height of Renee Zellweger, and she doesn't appear to be 5'4" anymore. Now, here is Zellweger with Bradley in the early days of their relationship. Now, she would know, or rather he would know, if the real Renee Zellweger. So I'd have to get those two standing together currently, because that's the old picture. Yeah, we just lost Luke Perry, obvious double stroke or whatever. There's also concern that, like Paul Walker may have been killed for knowing something. There's a lot of concern about that. But Renee, we lined up her face with the current Renee, and you can see that she's got a different look entirely. In fact, her orbital is slightly different. Her eye would have lowered slightly. Yeah. So her eye would have lowered. In fact, let me just put it over my face so I can look like Renee Zellweger here. So I just want everyone to know that I am not Renee Zellweger, okay? Even though I've got these poochy lips. All right. Just so you know that. But the face does not match. So, yeah, I just established that I am not Renee Zellweger. Thank you. They just don't match. And It begs the question, have you ever considered the possibility that somebody killed her and replaced her? Have any of you thought of this at all? I don't believe she was replaced necessarily without scientific evidence, but being a scientific empiricist, which I am, as opposed to a conspiracy theorist, I need proof that this is indeed a replacement. So I went looking on the internet and I found photographs of her standing next to other famous actors. And the original height of Renee Zellweger was 5'4". But now it says it's 5'5". I'll bet next year it'll be 5'7". And the wiki will change to 5'9" eventually. And eventually Renee Zellweger will be 5'9", and she'll have gained 5 inches. And we're all sitting here going, yeah, we're not getting anywhere with the FBI. They're not opening an investigation into this. Just like they're not opening an investigation into Chester Bennington and his relationship with John Podesta. That's another thing that is very disturbing. Yeah, and I was looking at this the other night, Pizzagate 101. But this picture is very suspicious. I mean, he looks identical to Chester Bennington, and Chester Bennington said he was molested by his father when he was a kid, and his real father, it looks to be, allegedly, John Podesta. So here he's popping up again in the news. Not only is he Skippy in that picture on Reddit that we just saw, but now Chester Bennington is related to him as his son, and he may even be the son of Joseph Mengele, which would explain human trafficking and impossibilities that, if that's true. This is a very interesting day here in America, isn't it? Learning things that we never thought were possible. And we thought Pizzagate was put to rest, and here it's popping up again. Just like I said it would. You know it. You guessed it. That was intense, I know. Well, a lot of things we're still processing stuff. The Clintons were never prosecuted by Donald Trump. He never went after Hillary Land, which is strange. He never processed any attacks on the Hillary Foundation or Clinton Foundation, nothing. So Donald Trump is clearly working with the deep state, and if you believe QAnon, then you're an absolute idiot. That's like saying that I'm Alex Jones. I mean, yeah, right. I'm 6'4". This guy was 5'9". When they originally found Alex Jones, he was 5'9". The original wiki has him at 5'9". Now he's 5'10" in some wikis. But this guy right here, Bill Hicks, he is 6'1". So. Let me see if I look like him. Gosh darn it, I do. I was doing radio at the same time he was, too. It's kind of strange. Yeah, it's like, whoa. He really does look like me. Get my eyes sunk in a little bit. Sorry if I'm tripping out here. It's just kind of fun. Wow. I don't know. I mean, I know I'm not Alex Jones. Yeah, but it's like I look way more like the guy than this guy who's impersonating him. That's all I'm saying. Well, thank you very much. Well, let's be clear. All right, moving on. You're thinking about the Navy SEALs. The Marine said he hated U.S. Navy petty officers and he wanted to fight you. Really? Okay. No,
it seems
for.
There are a lot of people talking.
Did you not hear me? I said Alex Jones. This guy, Bill Hicks, is 6'1". I'm 6'4". This guy was 5'9". Do you want me to label it for you? I have great advisors, but if you'd like to participate, we need more. Would you like to be one of my advisors, DTV?
You're not going to believe this, but. There are people proposing that this David Sponheim is actually the real Alex Jones, which is ridiculous. That somehow Alex Jones was replaced with Bill Hicks, and everyone knows that could not be true.
Yeah, that's a very funny theory. But anyway, back to the Matrix. Yeah, I don't really want to have Illuminati symbolism in the room, so I'm going to get rid of this. Thank you. But I'm just a little bit perturbed by the fact that Trump is spending $100 million on foreign women, and our women are suffering in the streets. I know of women in my area that could use a lot of help with family members. You know, ever since Obama closed down payday loans in America, my area has had a lot of people struggling just to meet their minimum budget, and their families are having a hard time, you know, feeding their kids. And they're a Navy town. This is a Navy town I'm in. So Trump is so in love with his daughter Ivanka that he gave her $100 million for her little pet project. Spank the monkey on that one. All I'm going to say is we are not ready to spend this kind of money on women overseas. It just makes no sense. Doesn't he realize he's so far in debt it's not even funny? All right. Well, anyway, I think if you don't know that we're so far in debt that you would vote for Trump, then it's safe to assume that you don't even care that the country could collapse because of the debt load we have. Okay, that's cool, I guess. And now for a secret space program. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Dun, 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 dun.
Out and a lot of people believing in a secret space program. Well, I'll tell you what I think the secret space program is. Well, space is fake.
It's fake.
It's fake.
It's fake.
It's as fake as...
It's fake as fuck.
Fake as what?
Fake as fuck show.
Yep, most definitely it is fake.
Fake!
The secret of the secret space program is that space is fake. And the program is to keep that a secret.
Space
That's
is
what
fake.
I reckon anyway. Cheerio.
Yeah, cheerio. That's not on my list to keep. That's a flat earther who's saying that space is fake. Space is as real as anything could possibly be. We are just not capable of escaping this beautiful planet of ours. We are hinged to its ground, and we cannot leave. Yeah, the idea of getting out of the Van Allen belts has been proposed by many people. And I certainly would be the first to say, yeah, we can pull this off. We can move out of here. But since we haven't been back to the moon in 50 years, you've got to wonder what's really happening. And why do they, fake a lot of things like green screen stuff that we've seen on TV? It's getting a lot of people concerned that, this whole story is fake about, no. The Earth is essentially in a beautiful nexus of other planets that are just absolutely mind-blowing. And I think we are still discovering how far and wide this goes. I mean, when you think about it. Right. But the infinite universe that we live in, no one can really fathom. Very few people can fathom it. And, Carl Sagan called it the infinite universe. But we really have a fantastic opportunity to fake space because we have such a clear view of it. So if we add that fake space to our picture, like I just did, and it's twinkling even, you see that? It makes us really understand that we are just still very small in terms of the vast infinite universe that we live in. And that our mind, as much as we are egotistic and think that we're great, our technology is simple and undeveloped. It is quite realistically inferior to a larger picture mankind has created. You see, Mr. Anderson, the world is not what we see. It is what we're told, Mr. Anderson. It is the mind that is exploring space right now. If you try to think about infinity, you will freak out. But if you think that infinity has an end, and you're fine, you're content with that. Or there's multiple infinities, or multiple universes, you're good with that. But if you put your mind outside of this small place that we are and extend it infinitely in all directions, it's screwed up. You were dealing with very little infinitely small knowledge, infinitesimal knowledge, compared to what really is out there. So for us to say, oh yeah, we've been to the moon and back and it's cool. We checked it out, yeah. Neil Armstrong, he did that, yeah. It all worked out. Buzz Aldrin, we just saw, recanted what he said back in the 60s, and he said we didn't go. And we played that for you a couple nights ago. Buzz Aldrin, clearly, he's a guy who says we didn't go. So, I mean, I'm not going to stand here and say, yeah, we went to the moon, it was great. It's almost irrelevant. I don't proclaim to know what God knows or what is God. No, all I can tell you is that when you think about infinity, the infinity of the universe, it's almost mind-bending. You can't even barely sustain it. It's painful to even think about. So don't go out on a limb and start thinking about infinity, because we are just so small that if we had to fake this, it's only telling us humble yourself and learn more. No, I decided to put glasses on because it was essential that I portray Mr. Smith. Yeah. Mr. Anderson. No, I don't. That came up a couple of times. People asked me last night, David, are you in some way going to try to save mankind? And I said, no, I'm just trying to run for president. I don't see how I can possibly help you any other way, being unburdened with this incredible intelligence. Yeah. But don't donate anything. I'm not materialistic like Pope Francis. Thank you. What do you have? Print screen with no lead up. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's spooky funny. Yeah, check it out. Acasio for Halloween, everybody. How to frighten your family members. There's something going on there. Yeah. See, putting the sunglasses on helps me, deal with the frightfulness of her face. That is weird. Wow. I don't know. Is it an Yvonne? I mean, you can make the emote. Doesn't Mark charge $35 or something for those emotes? Oh my God, this is news of all the perverts in the church. Really? Jack Nicholson. That makes Jack Nicholson look gentle. No, it's just completely out there. I see in Acasio a lust, a greed for power. She's almost a megalomaniacal, greedy person with not a lot of clear vision as to what she has to do or say or clarify. And a green plan, a green deal, without even tethering it to the finances of this country is absurd. She might as well just be a balloon in the sky and go, oh, pretty balloon, and it'll evaporate and blow away. David, will you help hookers out with affordable housing and affordable drugs? Will you get a bill passed for this? I can't, as a future presidential candidate, get bills passed, but decriminalization of the prostitution issue has always been a big part of our America's Third Party's plan. Getting people tested for STDs. These are the things that matter most. Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine being a person who wanted to be like God. That's absurd. Would I consider, I don't know her personally. I've never really met her. I've just seen her caricature on TV. But, my concern is that unless she proves her worth with an intellectual approach toward government as opposed to a mindless promise to the people, then I'm afraid she's of no value. We need thinkers and planners, not people who are just want to offer things to people. Giving people $1,000 a month is a nice hook. Unfortunately, it doesn't make any sense for our country. We can't afford it. We're already going deep into debt. There's only one restructuring plan that we can engage in just to get out of the debt, ultimately, and that is to get the money back from the World Bank. They've got about $40 trillion in store for us. We can then pay back our liabilities to various investors and probably walk away with about $20 trillion and put that in the bank and build the infrastructure bank from there. There's another way of doing it, and just borrowing more money. We could keep borrowing money. Just that. Sarah and I are on the same table here. She believes that the entire monetary system is make-believe. And when you look at the fractional reserve banking system, you have to realize it is predicated on a total lie, that they can put $1 away and then borrow $9. Of course, they've got Donald Trump supporting them because he does one thing really well. He flips in either direction. He'll flip-flop on a moment's time. He can be for one thing and then move to another. He wants tax breaks for the rich, and then he can flip-flop and say, no, I'm going to get tax breaks for the middle class. Then he can screw you over on your tax breaks and then go back to the rich again. You see, that's the problem with not perceiving him as a liar, which he is. You automatically become vulnerable to all of his lies. So most people are just kind of flinching every time he tweets now. Most Democrats are like, I can't handle it anymore. Fukushima's cancer of the skin is over the place. Really, it's happening to you. Are you getting Fukushima skin cancer? I haven't heard at all from Trump that he's going to take the Fed down. He's never made those statements other than hating our Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell. It's not hating a guy. Hating the messenger isn't working with a plan to get Rand Paul and Ron Paul in on this. He hasn't called those guys into his offices and started working on a Federal Reserve dispersal or retiring their charter plan. He hasn't done anything. So Trump is not doing anything, guys. Well, of course, that's what they are. They are liars. I agree. I can figure out you can get $200 a month to eat. If we made it easy for you, you guys wouldn't have an incentive to work. No, I'm afraid not. Rand doesn't have the what I consider a clear vision as to how to help the homeless people. He hasn't articulated a chance or a solution with the environment. Rand Paul has never talked about chemtrails once. Not once. And he's in a very important position to bring this up, and he hasn't mentioned it once. The collusion mob is all over the place. Donald Trump has been making private phone calls to Vladimir Putin. And it's been terrible. And all of it has been having 6.5 hours of unrecorded, no notes with Vladimir Putin. That's collusion in and of itself, Bob. No, we know that it's 6.5 hours of private conversations. That's enough to prosecute and impeach. We have proof that he made 6.5 hours of conversations privately without any oversight by him. While he knew that it was going to be an investigation going on into his Russian collusion, he didn't even bother to take notes. Oh, I know you believe it's no impeachment. No, yeah. But I will tell you this. Mueller is in Donald Trump's back pocket. Mueller is working for Trump, I'm sure of it, because Trump is working for the same people Mueller is working for. The Zionists, the elitists that control our country. Yeah, it's pretty simple. And the Zionists work through the Russian oligarchy, too. They work collaterally with all those people. So Zionism has a solid hold over our government. And they've used AIPAC funding to maintain their solid holds for years. Hey, I'm just calling it as it is. It is what it is. I'm not trying to, break up the magic of our political structure right now. I'm trying to make people aware of what it is. And I'm not out to get anybody either. I'm not trying to, reel them in and haul them in and have an inquisition. People have been manipulating our government for some time, and those days are going to come to an end eventually. I'm not behind. No, I'm not. The fact of the matter is, I'm leading this issue, and I've been talking about it from the very core. Our country's been dealing with the national security risk of having Donald Trump as our president for about 2 years now. What did he go past 777 days yesterday? He said 778 days today. All I'm saying is I am fully aware of how this cabal has essentially elevated him to the highest level of what they can use him for. Now, if they need to call his handler and get Vladimir Putin to go on board, he'll do it, because Putin works for money too. They like money. They like money, these people. I am. The PC is emitting a certain amount of radiation, so I'm protecting it with these glasses, which are preventing the UV lights from hitting me. Yeah. Can I play it, Bengalitis? I don't know. Last Day of War. Wow. Pretty interesting. Yeah, definitely. I'll put it in our lineup. You betcha. I'll keep it as a possibility for the end of the show, too. Venezuela hit by major blackout. Government blames sabotage. You know, the government has a perfectly legitimate reason to call it sabotage. As the more interference we see from Trump and the New World Order and the Zionists, the more likely Venezuela and Maduro is holding the line. Remember, he was an authentic elected socialist leader of Venezuela, and the more we try to stick an alternative puppet, Guaido, in there. Okay, it's dark. Caracas is dark. We've got a layout like a blackout going on. 10-minute video of darkness in Caracas.
Last October, international soccer governing body FIFA said it will double the total prize money for this year's Women's World Cup to $30 million, with the winning team taking home $4 million.
Okay, so I don't know how long of this video I'm going to play, but it is pretty dark in Venezuela. Yes, in fact, Ronald Reagan, I might want to add, did not record any of his meetings with Gorbachev. But Ronald Reagan wasn't under investigation for collusion with Russia either. That's an important little side note. Right, so Trump had every opportunity to get behind this and start recording his conversations with Putin and didn't do it. Folks, I hate to tell you, but, you know, this is a...
And I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive. Russia.
When he met with Kissinger, he showed his hand. I mean, he's a New World Order puppet, period. Plain and simple. I mean, there's no equivocating here. Oh, I think Mueller will say there was no collusion. I'm 80% sure that Mueller will say there's no collusion here, and you guys in the Republican Party will sit there and, you know, laugh. But the devil is in the details. And as we look closely, we're going to see...
Growing up, my brother would sit...
We're going to see a large... I'll play that later, Peturo. We're going to see a large amount of people begin to go, wow, the Democrats are uncovering a lot of crap. I believe the Democrats are going to be in the trenches doing the hard work. And it's not something that's easy to do because Mueller has avoided 10 years of tax returns he could have easily got a subpoena for, which shows me Mueller never did his job. Then Mueller has delayed with a plea agreement with Manafort the trial, which should be going on and should have relevant data to the current situation regarding money laundering and what Manafort did while he was working for Trump as an early chairman of his campaign, and how much that money came from houses that Trump sold Russian oligarchs at double the value. Pumping up the value and taking in money laundered money is a very illegal act. If he funded his campaign that way, then so be it. I've got another story that just came in earlier that's regarding Trump funding. Let's see if I can pull it up. Okay, that's not it. There was allegations that Trump may have gotten money from foreign sources during his early inaugural period. Yeah, and violating FEC law, taking in foreign currency is, part of the high crimes and misdemeanors. I had pretty good proof that Obama had taken in funds from Lebanese brothers that were donating to his campaign. None of that made any effect because the House was completely controlled by the Democrats then. Or was it the Republicans? Yeah. It doesn't matter. They're both working against any oversight over foreign donations. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is from The Guardian. I'll play it for you. Trump inauguration took money from shell companies tied to foreigners. Look at that. Creators of firms that donated revealed by Guardian as Indian financier, lobbyist with links to Taiwan, and Israeli real estate developer. He received tens of thousands of dollars from shell companies that masked the involvement of a foreign contributor and others with foreign ties. The creators of 3 obscure firms that contributed money to Trump's inaugural committee, which collected $107 million as he entered the White House. The 3 companies each gave $25,000 to Trump's inaugural fund. At least one of the contributions was made by a foreign national who appeared ineligible to make political donations in the United States. Wow. There you have it. Proof. Anyone need a link? I can give you a link, but whatever. Trump seeks huge premium from allies hosting U.S. troops. Now he's turning on our allies, which is exactly what NATO would do. Or rather, what Putin would do. Turning on NATO is what Trump is doing. And that's an example of what Putin would want. Turning on NATO. So this is another example where he's aiding Vladimir Putin right now. I'm not in the Illuminati, psychobehavior. Why would you say such a thing? So all of our presidents who met with Chinese should have. No, I'm not saying that at all. Donald Trump was under investigation for Ray Walston for 2020. Donald Trump was under investigation for colluding with Russia, yet he didn't record any of his meetings after he found out he was under investigation. Remember, 2 days before his inauguration, he was told by the FBI that the Russians cheated to make him win. And he hasn't even stated that to anybody still to this day, 2 years into it. He hasn't admitted what the FBI told him 2 days before he became president. Tell me that's not suspicious. No, the Russians definitely cheated to make him win. No question about it. I mean, if you're having a hard time with that, why don't I bring on my alter ego? Maybe you'll more likely believe it if I'm an alien from another planet or something. Okay. We can do that. I'll try to respond to chat as much as I can in lieu of the fact that I'm doing my best. Suspicion is not proof of collusion. KY Poopy bought a daycare center in Bermuda. That sounds a little bit freaky. Could you not mention that? And we got a link here from iBlog. Hang on. Is Bill Bixby around? Oh, that's right. He died of prostate cancer. I should get my head back a little bit.
Have you seen this?
I've seen that. I've seen that. I've seen
That's
that.
a little too close for comfort, lady.
Oh, damn.
What, you never seen a talking gargoyle before? Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
Wow, this is pretty weird. You know, you almost think that it's some sort of an AI system doing it. I was asking people in the room last night, I mean, was this AI or is it real or what? I mean, think about it. Not at all, Baron. Hardly. We were trying to wait for Melko to say something negative. I've been reading his chat incessantly, and then I read 6,000 words a minute. And he finally blew it. He finally went off the deep end. He's attacking me personally. Doubting my intelligence. It's so sad. Oh, you're going to put this in with Tickin? Okay. Teach the world to sing. Oh boy, that'll be fun. Yeah, I can't wait to sing tonight with all of you. Yeah, could you not talk about KY Poopy here? Because I think the name itself causes, irritable bowel syndrome in most cases. You can't? Well, greetings from Argentina. Well, that's okay. You're here talking about me. You know, a lot of people don't believe that we're being seen on UHF in front of hundreds of millions of homes on a daily basis. I am not playing. I am the real deal. I have been doing this for 10 years, more than any human being on earth, in that no one can do or even match my constancy and regularity. And I don't mean bowel movements. I do. I find people with lower IQs are relatively uninspiring. That's why I don't have a lot of friends, except for my kitty cat, who I pet every day because she's got such soft fur And I think my cat's my friend. I have a lot of old friends that, now have become alcoholics, but whatever. That's their choice. I'm looking for the truth all the time. But your next character persona, Milko, doesn't last in the room either. You see, once you're banned in the room, all your personas are banned. I've been tracking your multiple usernames. I'm employing a type of technology called ChatDAR. It is a sorting process in which I evaluate your chat, your syntax, and establish who you are, what you're all about. I'm running approximately 150 chat profiles right now. Bernie Sanders supports communism. Oh yeah, he supported Castro. You saw that,
About
right?
his recent trip to Nicaragua.
Oh, not this again.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. I think maybe a good way to start is to ask you when you first became interested in Central American issues.
I don't know. Ever since I was a kid, for some strange reason.
This guy was told by a commune that he is the laziest guy they ever saw. He went to go to stay with a commune when he was about this age. And they said he was the laziest guy they ever saw. He had never worked until he was 45 years old. That's a fact. But Bernie Sanders actually spent his entire time at the commune talking to the pregnant women about birthing. It's like this guy's got like a weird fetish or something for women. Apparently, everyone knows that Bernie's rape essay has been checked and fact-checked by Snopes.org. Not Snopes.com. Snopes has it right here. There's Snopes. Bernie Sanders' 1972 essay on rape, in which he said, Sanders wrote in the essay that in which a woman fantasizes about being raped by 3 men simultaneously. Yeah, so I think he has kind of an obsession with women. Yeah, it comes out of the heading of not socialist, because now he's in the 1%ers. Because he makes 2.3 million a year. Now he's in the 1%ers, but no, it comes under the heading of the political party of perversion. Thank you. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, we've had enough with that with Barack Obama and Michelle, the transgender. When are we going to escape from this nightmare of just lie after lie after lie? Reminds me of that song by Art Garfunkel. La 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 la. Yeah, I'll do that later. It's called The Boxer. Love that song. La 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 la. Okay, moving on. Oh, yeah, Bernie Sanders, he's definitely perverted. He would probably legalize anything involving women in weird positions, and sure. Wow, a stage 4 cancer patient has had his violation of his rights occurred. Freedom Friday likes to profile these stories, so bear with us for a second. Stage 4 cancer patient says video shows cops searching for THC pills in his hospital. Oh my God.
This is what when you have stage 4 pancreatic cancer, all my tribe mates.
Wow.
Here they are. I had some capsules that had some THC oil in them.
Oh man.
I took them outside on the parking lots.
I can get a whole list of physicians that will tell you what
wow.
he's using.
Can you believe this?
His pain.
These are all the people. This is Tim Roberts.
His weight loss.
This is Tim Roberts, but I am going to get arrested.
This is crazy.
Ray was yelling at everybody, but this is what when you have stage 4 pancreatic cancer, all my tribe mates. Here they are. I had some capsules that had some THC oil in them. I took them outside on the parking lots.
I can get a whole list of physicians that will tell you what he's using. His pain.
These are all the people. This is Tim Roberts.
His weight loss.
This is Tim Roberts, but I am going to get arrested. They already told me I'm going to get arrested.
They're going to arrest him.
Every single one of you would be using the same thing.
Here we go, folks. Stage 4.
If we find marijuana, we'll give you a citation. We're not taking you down to the county jail. But we haven't found marijuana. So we're not setting
Well, I mean, why are you digging in stuff? I told you where I took it.
because we got a call. You don't
But
think
you
we,
got a
you don't
call?
think we would respond to calls?
But who?
Let's
you know,
just let-
so I can call on
and no,
anybody?
just- no, no. Listen, let's let them
All right.
look and do their job. And
You ain't got anything to hide. Then.
I want to know why it's a big deal if it just got, if it is really
Because
illegal.
It's illegal.
It's really
on
illegal
CMH.
in Missouri now.
it's THC oil.
Medically in Missouri, it's really legal now. They just haven't finished the paperwork.
Okay, well then it's still.
But I
illegal.
don't. But I don't have time to wait for that,
Listen,
man. What would you do? Tell me what you'd do.
I'm not
If
in
it
that
was your only-
situation, so I'm not gonna play the what if games.
You've never said you'd do anything to save your life. You'd do anything to save your life.
Marijuana save
If you had
your
5
life?
kids.
Listen.
It
Listen.
isn't.
It's not worth the argument right now. Do your jobs, okay? We're not going to have the debate. Hush up.
It's the only choice I got to live, man.
I know. You've been straight up with every single position about the.
I told them all.
I hate these police searches. You know, they're a violation of everyone's personal privacy. I mean, come on. Seriously, some of her faces are scary. Yeah, I know. And then when I realized that I was actually, I looked just like Ocasio-Cortez, it became even more of a shocker. Yeah. How do you think I felt when I realized that I was a perfect Ocasio duplicate? I just don't know about this woman. I think she's a little representative of Hillary Clinton, and I wouldn't doubt Podesta's behind her. I seriously would not doubt that the Media Matters group is pushing her. I think she looks just like, excuse me, sir. I think she looks just like Eva Abadan, and I'd like to see her standing next to Eva Abadan to be convinced that she is not Eva Abadan, because Eva Abadan disappeared. She's the sister of Uma Abadan, the alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton. But yeah, these are just too close for you know, you can't just not look at this and say, wow. Well, that picture got knocked down. Somebody pushed it down. I've been doing, yeah, comparisons. And the picture that was up there on the internet, let me show you what I'm looking at. The internet's always changing, in case you didn't know. And when I was looking just last week, and I was looking for their face, I was looking at this picture, but it's so small, it's just a thumbnail. Yeah, the other one got taken down. So when you click on it, you really can't get something bigger. Let's see if it'll open up a bigger page. Oh, good, it did. Thank you. All right. Yeah, this is as good as we get here. But then it's got that in front of it. So I'm going to have to grab that picture. Yeah, yeah, dog. Yeah, exactly. It's very disturbing. Okay. Well, the weird thing is, I'm going to put it on the hard drive so I can just bring it up. The weird thing is, Eva Abadan stopped chatting or tweeting or any posts whatsoever right at the same time that Ocasio came on the scene. So let's look at this picture. There it is. Okay. All right, so this is the questionable picture, and I can tell you when you adjust their faces, it is definitely a match. And we'll take this picture right here and mat it over this one. Now, I'm going to lighten it just to show you. In different light, you can get a lighter picture. Yeah, and then we'll rotate it slightly. And then close in on it. It's not exactly the same position of the nose, but you'll see what I mean. Exact, yeah, adjusting for tipping. Yeah, the part that's really hard to understand is the nearly exact position of the eyebrows. So, yeah, and the eyes. And the nose is in a different position, so I can't really rotate it in a three-dimensional plane, but you can see a definite similarity there. No, it's not that far off. No, if you adjust it on a three-dimensional plane, which I can't do because of the limitations of these things we call hands. If I was working on simply a computer system and doing this through memory and I was a computer, it would be different. But unfortunately, I'm forced to use these physical implements called hands. Do I support Omar's effort to expose AIPAC? I do. I don't condemn her because she's Muslim, but I would like to know if she did marry her brother to become a U.S. citizen. That's important. Yeah, but I too support the idea of exposing AIPAC, and I did it before she did. So it just so happens that she's copying me. I'm looking at a lot of things, and I could look at the neckline, and I would agree with you. Her neck seems a little different, and there's an age difference of about 10 years, supposedly. Could we start the Can't Stop video? No, I can only do that at 10 o'clock because they monetize the song. If I play it for more than 8 seconds, it's monetized.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night.
That's all I'm allowed to play. It's not that we don't own the song, it's that everyone challenges me every time I do. It's a pain in the butt. I've got to dispute it. David, I want to go see Tony Bennett live with the cheap tickets, $35 up in LA in June. Why? What do you want to do Tony Bennett for? Because he's like barely alive? Or Tony Bennett, he still performs. He's got to be Illuminati. I mean, come on. The only people that perform at this age, like Mick Jagger, definitely Illuminati. He used to hang out with the Jimmy Savile. Remember Jimmy Savile? Yeah, the legendary, famous whatever he was in England. They said he was a weird pedophile. And, you got to wonder why was Mick Jagger hanging around him all those years. But Tony Bennett's one of the guys, He's not one of the Rat Pack, but he came in afterward and everyone said, you can sing? But his voice is phenomenal for his age. I gotta be me. I'm going to sing a little Frankie right now. I'm so happy that everyone was here tonight. Thank you so much. I gotta be me. I gotta be me. Whatever I'm me. I'm me. Anyway, the legendary Tony Bennett, everybody. Is Ozzy Osbourne? I'd say he's Illuminati too. Yeah, a lot of those people are part of the Tavistock Institute's mind control propaganda tool that they developed, just so they can convince us all that everything's going to be fine. No, I don't need to wear glasses at all. I only do it to protect my eyes because it's another few minutes before my monitor adjusts to the dangerous blue light. I should probably have it reset to 8 o'clock. Well, you should do that. Tony would love it if you would hang out with him and be part of his little groupie kind of support. I think everybody loves Tony. 3D printed home can be constructed for under $4,000.
Bring it on to the sunlight.
Okay, I think we got enough of that. I can only play 24 seconds of that, otherwise I'm monetized. I will show the 3D home built and add it to Cooltech as well later tonight. But I mean, let's look at the final product at the very least. Okay, here's a 3D printed home here. Wow. Oh, I'm impressed. Yeah, I saw this the other day. Yeah, we've seen that a few times. It's pretty amazing how they extrude everything in this and they build a nice deck for it. And obviously the roof is not 3D, is it? No, they've got to do some roofing. It's okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. We got to get the food to the people in Venezuela. They're losing. I mean, if we can't get any shipments in, I would have implemented my food drop program, which would have gotten immediate help for the people. Obviously, food aid is essential, and I've got this way of delivering food at an angle so we can drop it right into their border without actually... Okay, I'll play that, yeah.
Often people will escape the city and...
Oh, an Olympic athlete and furniture maker builds a beautiful tiny home. I'll add it to tonight. Thank you, Misanthropy. But, you know, getting food to these people is essential to obviously helping the people who are starving. Well, yeah, and I want to use this technology to help the people of Skid Row. So the first airdrop we will initiate will be Skid Row, California, because by the time we get in there, we won't be able to get cars in. It'll be like a dead zone. The zombie apocalypse will be starting there. Well, your inquiry above, I did aggress. Yeah. It is not illegal to criticize Israel. It is illegal to be anti-Semitic. Yeah, Jewish people, I've always endorsed Jewish people, and I've always found them to be not greedy and not anything in particular. And many people don't realize that the type of Jewish people that have been professing to be Jewish are not actually Jewish. They're Ashkenazi, ergo the name Nazi, as in the Nazi Party. It turns out the worst possible people, the Nazis, the Ashkenazis, took over all the Jews and killed them all. And then they created a homeland for the Jews. So I have to clarify people. It makes much more sense when we see it in those terms. I definitely think Ashkenazis are giving... Yeah, Howard Stern's an Ashkenazi. I think Ashkenazis are giving good Jewish people a bad name. Because he's not even, Jewish. His mother's mother isn't Jewish. I mean, unless your mother's mother isn't Jewish and you're a brother from another mother, you could be Jewish. So I don't understand why these people, these Ashkenazis, are claiming they are Jewish. It does not make any sense, and let me tell you. I would love to talk to all of you people, if only I was Jewish, but I'm a Goyim. Just look, listen. The Democrats are Nazis? No. Republicans more likely are Nazis. The Democrats are more likely commies. The Democrats are commies, and the Republicans are Nazis. Yeah, go with that. That's a better concept. I think you're losing it otherwise. Sarah is in the other room, I think. She's actually going to help me get my dinner in my stomach.
Thank you for being with us.
Oh, we've got Abby Barton tonight. Response to Trump's outrageous State of the Union address. That'll be fun. A lot of you people are following Abby Barton, her trials and tribulations of censorship on the internet. She certainly has a unique viewpoint. I would certainly welcome her to talk anytime. So we'll play some of her tonight.
Your main reactions to this State of the Union address?
Well, it's just very disturbing and surreal. The media treats this like an award show. Who's there? What are they wearing? I mean, giving these standing ovations to Donald Trump, Melania Trump. People are applauding every sentence he gives, chanting USA like frenzied freaks. I mean, it's kind of an embarrassment that this is the state of our country, kind of an absurd, grotesque dog and pony show where you have the CEO of the empire just bragging and blatantly lying. I mean, let's face it, this is designed not to display the unity of the country or the unity of Congress. This is to display the unity of the capitalist class that are united behind the U.S. empire and essentially its bipartisan foreign policy agenda.
Thank you for being with us. So your main...
All right, so Abby Martin is exposing the New World Order agenda of imperialist takeover of countries like Venezuela. Good for her. We'll be adding that to our show tonight. Yes. All right, great link. Yeah, who doesn't like Abby Martin? I know that Misanthropy's got a personal love for her, so he pulled that link up for us tonight. Yeah. No, I don't think cannibalism is a solution, Captain Howdy. Are you part of the Illuminati, or are you? That's what they would believe. No, there is a plot though to warp the minds of children. It's but it's not something that we, it's not really that big of a plot. It's actually something that's been going on for a long time. Yeah, the media itself, TV, you wonder why it's so violent. And I've often said, television should have certain limits, and even video gaming. All these video games that are all about shooting things and killing creatures and people, it sends the wrong message to children, I think. What do you think?
What is it? Television?
TV violence.
Violence, yeah.
Yeah. Gaming violence. I think it's really, we need to put some sort of safeguard for children. It's not really in place. So I think kids are very manipulated by the media right now. I don't think Adam Weishaupt beliefs spawned global conspiracy theories. I think there really is an Illuminati conspiracy going on. You're often thinking everything is a conspiracy theory, when in fact, remember, conspiracy theories started with conspiracies. I do know who Adam Weishaupt is, the founder of the Illuminati. Hey, why don't I just remove you from the show? Because I don't think you really have a place here. There you go. We got a lot of chat tonight. It's been a busy Friday night. I don't know how much extra chatters, want to talk about, but there's so many stories rolling. Yeah, Guardian. The blackout caused by a U.S. attack, according to the defense minister. There's a blackout in Venezuela. And the defense minister...
Well, you got to get out of there, 379. I don't know. Got to kill those bed bugs.
Oh, yeah. There's a Rid-X that'll get rid of bed bugs, but it is a pesticide.
Well, there's a couple times I believe in pesticides.
Yeah, I would do some...
Killing wasps and killing bed bugs.
Definitely. Or lice, yeah.
Yeah, that's another third time.
Wasps, bed bugs, and lice. And I guess those dreaded, out in the middle of the arid desert, they're seeing a locust start to blow out. So they're going to have to use pesticides to get rid of locusts in Sahara, I believe. Or out somewhere in Yemen, there's locusts spreading. Venezuela blackout caused by U.S. attack, defense minister claims. So maybe. I mean, their grid is down. Venezuela is dark. What are we doing? Are they launching an attack on Venezuela to take down Maduro? Is this like a Saddam Hussein takedown by the U.S. troops? Yet Venezuela is a prize. It's full of oil, and U.S. wants it by destroying its economy with sanctions. You're not hiding anything there. That's true. And that's why I'm not, completely taking the side of Guaido and all of the New World Order puppets that support this. I would not sell fake anything. But if you believe you're going to make money selling fake stuff, then good luck with that. Well, they're going to be apparently using driver's licenses to check anyone on websites involving adult websites. That's the newest, there was a big story about that the other day. I'll talk about that a little later. I know a lot of you people who are concerned about that. We'll get to the bottom of it. In the meantime, Sarah's going to talk about just general stuff, and I'll be back. I'm going to have a little bite to eat. Thank you.
Okay, that's good, David. So they're going to check your driver's license? That's a little creepy, because then they got your...
They're trying to prevent kids from going on adult sites.
Well, I understand that. That does make sense, but what about privacy? I don't know. You don't need everything. You don't need everything you say here being linked to your social credit score. I know, because then it feels like the problem with social credit is that you feel, or one feels, that they can't be real. But when it comes to relationships, the best thing to do is to be real, right? I shouldn't even say right. I should just say the best thing to do is to be real, period. And yeah, I know I've had an issue where I feel guarded in what I say, and then I feel, when I get to this comfort zone where I'm like, oh, I'll just say something, I'll type something on a social network, and then I'm like, anyone sees it, and then people I know in real life see my posts, and then I actually like have to double think, like, did I post everything appropriately? I'm sorry. So I agree that social credit, I don't like that whole idea of social credit being the score of everything. Yeah, Venezuela's like a prize because it has known oil reserves close to the US, and that's why the US government seems like they want to control it and wants to send in their economic hitmen to control it. A video game was pulled from the... Oh my god. Yeah, now the electricity in Venezuela blackout caused by a U.S. attack, according to the defense minister. Wow. Oh my god, that's so crazy. I did save the link for David. Okay. If you have no do you have no privacy if you're going in real world to buy booze? Not necessarily. It's not. Actually, you do in a way have privacy if you're in a real world to buy booze, because even though they look at your ID, they're not looking at your ID. They're looking at the birth date on your ID. They're not really, I mean, they're glancing for the birthday. They're not really looking at your name and your residence. And by the way, you have to have your physical residence on your driver's license, so you can't put a PO box. So it's totally different putting an ID number or showing an ID when you go to buy alcohol or cigarettes than it is to, or tobacco products, than it is to show an ID online. There's a totally different level of privacy, because something online, then people can track. Okay, so who did that? Whereas, I mean, granted, you can say put in your birth date, and then people could put in their birth date and lie, but yeah, I mean, if you show an ID, that's different than scanning an ID. You wouldn't buy marijuana at a legal shop where they want to scan your ID. Yeah, that could put you in a database too. I have not bought a digital coin, Bitcoin, during exchange. You have to show ID and prove on cam who you are. I'm sure nowadays you do. I'm sure when it first started you didn't. But nowadays I'm sure you do. Because they want to track all money. And Bitcoin is another form of money. So it's really about economic control. Is why they want you to show your ID and prove on camera you are who you say you are. Do Fridays and weekends mean anything to me anymore now? Like, it's not the end of a work week. I was just thinking that, like, tomorrow I was like, do I want to catch up on work today or do it tomorrow? And I'm thinking it might mean going to bed a little bit earlier. Okay, so Bitcoin does not have a trackable source. That's pretty funny, Captain Howdy. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Zellfire. I'll think about it. I was going to talk to David about something like that. There's this... Anyway. Am I going to start? I already do. 379. I've already started long ago. I already teach kids. Yeah, it's fun. I teach kids about worms. I teach kids actually about everything. How to be independent, how to manage their time, how to add, subtract. Subtraction is very difficult for them. I always just take the bigger number. So like if they want to do like 26 minus 9, they're like, well, 6 minus 9 is 3. Like, no. 9 minus 6 might be 3, but you don't do like the bigger number. You have to ungroup, or as we used to say in the old time, borrow. No, I don't have any vacation plans with girlfriends over spring break. And then got a kid trying to use a calculator. I'm like, no. And then I feel bad because really, when they get to be adults, what will most of them do? Use a calculator. Yeah, I did get my degree so I can make more money teaching. I still have to, that's another thing on my to-do list, is like apply for my transcripts so that I can make more money next year. Wow, Miss Anthropy, you're probably right. I am tired. I do have everything I need. And then I read that book, like Think and Grow Rich. And then it makes me think like, oh, I should think more and get more inspired. Yes, true, 379. Well, there's always demand in nursing and teaching. That's why I encourage people to go through Western Governors University for a degree rather than just getting a degree like that doesn't necessarily land you a job. Actually, Todere, they don't necessarily, theft is so prevalent these days of credit cards and debit cards. They don't even find out who took their money. They just borrow. I mean, it's all a fallacy anyway. So they just basically cover the costs. I do like learning. That's true. They usually refund it to you if you're like, there's a charge on my account. Yeah. Yeah, people are moving out of California. Rent and housing are so high. And then maybe the owners of the property will realize maybe we should lower our rent. Then people, I mean, if the demand is there, that's why that rent's going to be high. So if people move out, so that people should walk with their feet. They should move to an area where rent is more affordable. And if they did that, then California rent prices might not remain so high. I agree with Misanthropy. Actually, buying with credit cards is better, but you need to pay off your credit cards right away every month. And the thing about credit cards, say you go to buy gas. If you buy gas with a debit card, they automatically, at least in Washington State, they automatically do a $100 charge. I think a debit card does that. I think hotels sometimes do this too. They do a $100 charge, and then they refund it later. But then what happens if it's a debit card, if you're very close to the edge and you don't, if you're like, your balance is under $100, then you can get hit with an overdraft even when you went to just go buy like $12 worth of gas. And then you get a $3 overcharge, and it's really difficult for people who are living on the edge. Yeah, overdrafts is crazy. Whereas if you bought with a credit card, it wouldn't be an overdraft. I think so, but where you live, there's 3 to 4 people living in a 2-bedroom house that's over $1,000 a month. Can't you move? Just move out of there. Just moving would get you more better area. But that's true. Everywhere around, even around here, a 2-bedroom would be $1,000 a month. No, David will never go to a counselor. 890. Never ever. Yeah, Cellfire prefers cash. That's even better. At least you think it's throwing off the New World Order, but they have all the numbers. But do they really track all the 20s and 10s and 1s? And maybe they do. Yeah, I mostly, when I'm shopping, I mostly do cash. I do some online transactions with the card, and there's certain things I do with the card. I did consultant financial advisor. I cannot confirm that. I will deny that behavior because it's not true. Oh, you guys just reminded me I need to cancel something. I should put that on my list. It is International Women's Day. Yeah. Living in an apartment is horrible. You bed bugs are bad. You tear out your carpet and you still have them. I wonder if there's any thing you can do. Like, can you report them to the housing authority? Can you report your landlord? Because they should be taking care of the bed bugs in some ways. Well, you should too. But then you can't afford to go anywhere else, 379? Oh, that's true, Misanthropy. Some charge for that. I don't like Wells Fargo. Yeah. All right, keep looking. And see if you can get some cleaner to come in. I wonder if you could get a cleaner to come in and do the apartment and then see if the landlord would deduct your rent. Yeah, psycho behavior says if you have bed bugs, throw out the mattress. You got to throw out your mattress. Better to even sleep on the floor than to sleep on a mattress with bed bugs because they can live inside the mattress. Got to pull out the carpeting. Run all your clothes through a clothes dryer. If they won't fit in the dryer, you need to tie everything. If you insist on keeping it, tie it in a plastic bag, a airtight plastic bag for a month. And if you have bed bugs, they make you wrap the mattress in plastic, otherwise they won't even pick it up. And 347, if the landlord's not doing what they're supposed to, you can put the rent in an escrow account until things are fixed. You might have to see somebody about that.
Trying to minimize your time because this is your day off. Friday, you get to relax. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
I don't think it's just heat. I think there's probably chemicals in that if they're trying to get rid of bed bugs.
Oh, yeah. You're going to have to... Rid-X really works. But then you have to air out your sheets after you use the pesticide. Because who wants to sleep in a pesticide-ridden sheet? I didn't. I don't force her to work on her day off. But, you know, the thing is, the show is such a big part.
The show must go on.
It's a part of my life, you know, and she gives me a break. And I need that break to make dinner for us. So why not, you know, fit it in? And this way I'm working constantly, which is what I want to do, at least after hours. Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, they use heat now because of chemicals. Oh, that's pretty interesting.
CO2 works. You know, it'll take them down. Well, that wool jacket, you know, wool is the only thing that'll burn cyanide if it burns, you know.
Oh.
No, but I'm just saying, it's the only drawback of having a a wool jacket is that if it does burn, it's cyanide. It's terrible. She walked by the heater there. Your mattress is new? Why are you telling Sarah that? No, I don't eat matzo balls. I'm not Jewish. I'm a goyim. They look down upon us non-Jews. Oh yeah, the bedbug problem is really bad. Across the nation, I would think that we could easily put together a plan where the government comes in and does cleaning of hotels for a fee, you know. And this way we go to each hotel and find out who the owner is. And if the owner really is an American citizen, we'll be fine with that. And even a payment plan where they could pay us back. Wouldn't that be great? But if the owner is not a U.S. citizen, then we would have a problem. California has a big problem with bed bugs in apartments. That's why I wouldn't stay in a motel or hotel in any area of California. I'd have to buy a house. So when visiting friends, it's difficult. Or take a trailer or something, or an RV. America's third party has been dedicated to freedom for some time. But police brutality has been getting worse and worse ever since we started this. And the numbers have been going up, up, up. And it's pretty disturbing to think that people are getting beaten up and killed even by cops. So we created this Freedom Friday about stopping illegal search and seizure and trying to build a political movement to stop this brutality, which is really plaguing the nation right now. I mean, common people are just pulled over all the time.
Watch this.
Where are you guys going from here?
What was the problem? Why did you pull me over?
Why did I pull you
Yeah.
over? Because we have a lot of problem with fraud rental cars in here.
Uh-huh.
And I see you guys all split when I come into the lot, the way you guys were parked. So I just want to make sure that
Is
it was
this
a
one
legit
fraud?
rental. No.
Oh, okay.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so I'm free to go, right?
Yeah, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, where
Appreciate
are you guys
it.
heading?
I'm being detained, or I'm free to go.
No, I'm asking you a question, but you can be pulled out of the car and I can search it if you really want.
How is that?
Any way I want. Doesn't mean I can use what I find, but I can do it. So you want to do that? You want to play that game, little hard ass, or you want to go back to Richmond?
All I'm saying is.
Don't talk shit.
I'm not-
all right?
I'm not talking
You guys
shit.
are all over there, a bunch of tatted up gangsters and everything, hanging out. in
I'm
the
not a
motels.
gangster.
Yeah, but you're all tatted up. You're sitting there.
My
you can't
son's
even park-
name? My
You know
son's
what?
name?
You can't even park the damn car right. You're over there. She's all tatted and everything else. You're not even from around here. All right.
I was taking
so don't come here and talk
taking
shit.
a picture. How am I talking shit to you, officer?
You're talking shit. Am I
No,
being
stop
detained
it.
or what? I
You
told
don't
you you
know.
could go, right? So go.
All right.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right.
Yeah, you could encounter this anywhere at any time. I had a situation in my life where I was pulled over. I was driving on the 405 freeway in California, and I turned to my left and I saw a guy brandish a weapon and point it right at me. And I immediately took evasive action and changed lanes, 2 lanes on the highway, and immediately got off the freeway. I did signal, but believe it or not, a cop was 500 feet behind me and pulled me over, a CHP officer. And he had a big thing. He was training another female, or a female, and it was like he was making me his lesson. And he said, "Why do you do an illegal lane change so fast, sir?" I said, "Well, I couldn't. The guy was brandishing a weapon." He said, "Shut up." No, I mean, really, a guy was brandishing. I said, "Shut up!" And if you don't shut up, you're going to get a reckless driving point against your. I'm going to add a reckless driving point, which is like a big cost increase in California for insurance. So he got me for illegal lane changes. Yeah. Which I worked off with traffic court. So luckily it's not on my record, but you don't want to talk back to these people. Even if you have a serious case where somebody, I had a legitimate reason to change lanes, but whatever. Okay, so this newest thing where Trump is turning down NATO and has been attacking NATO is now amplifying. Now remember, I've been saying all along that Trump is doing the work of Vladimir Putin. Well, that's exactly what Putin would want, for us to turn against our strong allies, which stand against him as a potential aggressor in Western Europe. So now Trump is under the White House direction. The administration is drawing up demands that Germany, Japan, and eventually any other country using hosted U.S. troops will pay the full price of American soldiers deployed on their soil, plus 50% or more for the privilege of hosting them, according to a dozen administration officials and people briefed on the matter. Now, this is right after John Kelly left, so now he's bringing on the big Russian directives. This is a Vladimir Putin move. In some cases, nation hosting American forces could be asked to pay 5 to 6 times as much as they do now under the cost plus 50 formula. So where he came up with this, I don't even know. You got bad cops in your city? Wow. Well, Trump has championed the idea for months. His insistence on it almost derailed recent talks with South Korea over the status of 28,000 U.S. troops in the country when he overruled his negotiator with a note to National Security Advisor John Bolton saying, "We want cost plus 50. Oh, so now he wants to charge South Korea for the cost of our troops in South Korea. Wow, cost plus 50. So he's really derailing all of our national or international positions around the world, which means he's destabilizing the world geopolitical status, the equilibrium that we all have. We're in for some big problems if Trump continues to be allowed to do the bidding of Vladimir Putin. So Bolton, I don't think it has the slant that I have on this, that Donald is working for Russia. Bolton's strictly a guy that wants to hate on Russia anywhere he can, and would never guess that Russia's pulling Donald's strings. So you can only imagine the conversations Trump's having with Bolton on one side and Vladimir Putin on the other. I don't even think it's funny. Let's move on. Yeah, it's like, who cares at this point? So we got a good one by Never Lose Truth about the gargoyle at the Denver airport that's been revealed. And we played it the past couple nights. A very weird gargoyle that's literally getting out there, exposing... I think the Illuminati's kind of joking about the fact that they're centered at the Denver airport.
A little too close for comfort, lady.
Oh, damn.
What, you never seen a talking gargoyle before? Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll give her assessment. She's got about a 6-minute assessment on what's happening there. I know. You know, the thing about the bad cops is they turn bad because the people that are behind the blue curtain force them to be bad like they are. It's a climate of corruption that is brewing behind the blue curtain. And if they don't go along with their buddies, they get turned on their buddies turn on them. And if you're a good guy and want to do the right thing, they call you out, then they stick, they could set you up. They could kill you even. So a lot of people are afraid of the gangs of cops that are working behind the blue curtain. I have a lot in common with the president. Yeah, ever since he stole most of my ideas, I share a lot of his views. How ironic. Yeah, you tried reporting one of your exes harassing you, and the cops didn't care. Yeah. It's just us. The people that have the money and the ones that don't, we're not included. The just us. The justices rule police do not have a constitutional duty to protect someone. Now remember the old adage, to protect and to serve. Yeah, those are the days. They used to have it on the sides of cars. They don't have them anymore. No, it's strictly adults. See the word adult? Yeah, adult citizen. In fact, we're phasing out welfare payments to kids, and we're going to bring on WICA payments to moms, so they can only use that money for the kids' food. Yeah, one of the problems I have with the welfare program right now is we give I think $250 per student or per kid, and that money goes to the mother, and then she doles out whatever she wants. So she could feed them gruel and have diamonds on her hand, going, "Honey, I got all kinds of things," or "Honey, I got all kinds of things. I don't want to put any kind of white or black or Hispanic or Asian sand on that," because I don't want to stigmatize anybody on welfare. Justices rule police do not have a constitutional duty to protect someone. Yeah, there you go. Our judges are really looking out for us, folks. The Supreme Court ruled on Monday that the police did not have a constitutional duty to protect a person from harm. Even a woman who had obtained a court-issued protective order against a violent husband making an arrest mandatory for a violation. The decision, with an opinion by Justice Scalia, this is 2005. Yeah. And dissents from Paul Stevens and Ruth Bader Ginsburg overturned a ruling by a federal judge in court in Colorado. The appeals court had permitted a lawsuit to proceed against a Colorado town, Castle Rock, with the failure of the police to respond to a woman's pleas to help her after a strange husband violated a protective order by keeping him in a. Wow. That's just too much to handle. Yeah, you're not going to get much support from your police department. Yeah, he's right. It used to say to serve and protect. It now says on most police force, yeah, what does it say now? To intimidate and disturb and to arrest? What is the first order of the Supreme Court? I'm not a Supreme Court. What is the jurisdiction? I don't think I can speak on that. I'm not a legal expert. It says police force. Oh, that's all it says. Yeah. Just intimidate. Well, I'm not offering 1,000 because the guy who claims he's offering 1,000 isn't an actual Democratic lead like Kamala Harris. I matched the 500 tax break she's giving people. And she's not giving a basic income plan. She's offering a $500 tax break. I matched it with a $500 per month gift from the government to anybody who wants to qualify for this. Hi, Silent Man. Rick? Yeah, go ahead, Rick. Wow. Now they're trying to mask their voice and pretend like they're not the same person. The death threats come every night. We get at least 3 a night. And you know, the FBI won't even return my call, or our call. So you got to wonder, are they really here to protect us? I don't think so. Well, feminism was created by the Rothschilds. They created feminism. Yes. Many of the things that you know to be true in your world were created by the Rothschilds. It's hard to believe, but yeah. Gloria Steinem was a CIA agent. She worked directly for the CIA. And Gloria Steinem was one of the most active feminists during that time period. I, don't normally like to talk about all this stuff, but, it is Friday, so we can talk about Illuminati stuff. But, yeah. Gloria. Gloria. Huh. I thought I had it here. No, it's not handy. I think it's in, it's in COINTEL. Let's go there. David, did you do commercials for a muffler shop in Hoboken, New Jersey? No, I didn't. But if you call 1-800-555-1212, you can get yours too. Or something to that effect. Okay. Take a look at Gloria Steinem, okay?
You see right here is so-called American feminist, journalist, and social and political activist, Gloria Steinem, who became nationally recognized as a leader of and media spokeswoman for the women's liberation movement in the late 1960s and 1970s. But did you know she was working for the CIA? Wikipedia only pays a small amount of lip service to this little factoid, but the facts are that Miss Steinem became a media darling due to her connections to the CIA, and the feminist Ms. Magazine was funded by CIA money. In the 1970s, a radical feminist group called the Red Stockings claimed that before she became a feminist leader, she was spying on Marxist students in Europe and disrupting their meetings. Steinem was recruited by CIA's Cord Myers to direct an informal group of activists called the Independent Research Service. This was part of Myers' Congress for Cultural Freedom, which created magazines like Encounter and Partisan Review to promote a left liberal chic to oppose Marxism. Steinem attended communist-sponsored youth festivals in Europe, published a paper, reported on other participants, and helped to provoke riots.
All right, there you go. If you believe everything you hear on the internet, that was Gloria's discussion on Gloria Steinem. I think there's other videos out there where she actually admits it, but I don't have that on you. Wartime diary of an SS officer kept hidden for decades by Sacred Masonic Lodge, 11 locations of hidden treasures in Poland. Patty Hearst was an MK Ultra victim, in my opinion. I believe the Symbionese Liberation Front was some of the first organized attempts by our government to create problems and to extinguish homegrown terrorism. My bow tie is not a camera. Okay, so the wartime diary of this SS officer kept hidden for decades revealed 11 locations of a hidden treasure in Poland. Wow, look at that. Wartime diary. Hidden locations of treasures in Poland. What can I do with that? Yeah, the Red Army started to bear down ethically German territory, undertook a large-scale operation. Moving Nazi gold, storage areas for treasure. Wow, is that underground? That's an underground treasure center in Poland somewhere. During the war, Hitler's troops hid valuable treasures such as gold. As shown here, discovered in the salt mine. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's do that. And yes. Got it. Okay. Patty Hearst's net worth in 2018 is estimated at $45 million. Right. Her family tried to get her out. But Daniel DeFreeze and the Sudanese Liberation Movement captured her and made her do weird things like go do bank robberies and things. The new locations include a deep well and a palace park and a secret room between the walls of another palace. So, folks, this might be underground right now in Poland. We don't even know. So don't start getting your hopes up, but if you want to check this out, you might want to go on a Polish treasure hunt. Thank you for that link. Blesseth you with Macdunday. No, I'm not fixated on that. Yeah, either grow a pair or get the hell out of here. The Hearst family is one of the richest families in America, collectively worth $28 billion in 2016. The family's fortune is shared among 67 family members. Thank you. So, the full link did not show, but it still links. Oh, I'm so sorry. Huh. Well, I don't know what to do. I'd have to make a tiny URL, and I don't want to do that. So sorry. You'll lose out on the treasure. Oh well. Just play Lotto. That might help you. Now, this controversy recently about a woman, the senator who talked about being raped when she's in the military, and she won't name the rapist, but now it's discussed that military doctors told them it was just female problems. Weeks later, they were in the hospital. Yeah, from body armor to healthcare, the U.S. military has been slow to adapt to women in its ranks. Female service members are paying the price, often with lifelong consequences. Vasislos? I don't dispute the Lotto at this point. I mean, if people are stupid enough to play it, why not? Yeah. Yes. They were given painkillers and birth control and told to report back to duty when they had some female problems. Those orders landed 6 or more than a dozen female service employees into the hospital fighting for their lives. As one was in the ER a few weeks later with a baseball-sized cyst bleeding internally. Another underwent an experimentally highly invasive botched surgery by a military doctor. Several had hysterectomies and now live with infertility, chronic debilitating pain, and sky-high medical bills. And it wasn't period cramps. Interviews with more than a dozen current and former female service members spanning different branches, decades, and deployments revealed striking similarities in the way they were brushed off, misdiagnosed, and provided the wrong treatments by U.S. military doctors around the world. Wow. This is a real indictment of the bad military. We're really working this over. I could. All I'd have to do is talk to Marco Rubio about his sodomite days, and then he'll just give in like he did with Trump. Dave, I'm watching this show on my 70-inch curve. Good for you. Yeah, I just think that Marco Rubio's sodomite days will eventually haunt him as he moves forward. I know he didn't like it when Trump brought it up. I know, but he hasn't openly become gay. If Marco Rubio were to declare himself homosexual, his chances of winning would be even lower. I'm not attacking him for being gay. I just think after having a gay president for so long, we deserve a little honesty, don't we? I'm not gay, but Barack Obama clearly is. Well, I mean, you can make the decision. You're the voter. I leave it to you. Yeah, you could just go ahead and, I mean, don't take my word for it. Surely you can take Reverend Manning's word for it?
Either there's going to be a revolution, Patrick Henry style here in America, where red-blooded, God-fearing, Jesus-loving Americans are going to stand up and say, we're not going to take it no more. We're just not going to take it.
Well,
and
yeah,
there's going to be riots in the streets, worse than the riots in South Central Los Angeles after they acquitted the cops that beat up Rodney King. You think that and that was black people rioting. You haven't seen anything. And I'm not advocating killing and murder and stealing and robbing. That's not what I'm advocating. I'm just telling you what people are going to do.
Okay, well, they're going to do this.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Wow. Okay, this guy never faced any charges by Obama. Obama never criticized him. I've got over 2 or 3 hours of testimony by Larry Sinclair that he had sex with Obama, if you call oral sex, and did crack cocaine. And he did this to try to waken people up, and the American media ignored him completely. Yeah, so everything we get from here on in, with all the fakery, the corruption with Trump and Obama and Hillary, it's all on us. Yeah. We're all to blame for the mistakes of our ancestors because we didn't build this third party. Yeah. It's all on us. The whole country is going to be blamed on us.
Hello folks, and welcome back to Polarization Nation Media. As always, this is Jason James Bickford. I'll keep this video short. I've made a number of videos of this sort, taking a look at some very curious and what has become somewhat routine censorship, telltale behavior, evidenced in my analytics and viewer stats over here at YouTube.
Cool.
So on the surface level, I see one thing. When I take a look at analytics and look closer, I get a different story. I'm looking at my stats for the past month here, for the past 4 weeks, and you'll see a pattern. You don't need to be into deciphering patterns to pick up on this one. It's very obvious. My views and my other stats were on the rise, and now it seems like my dislikes are the only thing that are pretty active. I'm going to suggest what happened here was some sort of censorship on the busiest day of the year for my page, Polarization Nation Illustrated.
Wow.
That's February 7th, a few days after the Super Bowl. So I'm going to speculate what happened here. I'd been gaining quite a bit of viewership, and some videos were getting quite popular leading up to the Super Bowl. In the middle of the regular season, I had called a game ahead of time quite impressively with unified code theory. I then speculated about the double overtimes at the championship games before the Super Bowl, and a timestamp video before that happened as well. I used unified code theory to do that. So my stats were on the rise. I was having well over 1 million minutes watched per month. You'll see it's a variety of videos, which were my most popular videos during that period. And unless I count days in which I've had a couple random viral videos, this is my busiest day ever without a viral video. 350,000 minutes watched.
Wow.
What I see happening there is the Super Bowl decoding videos were getting popular, then people new to my page were watching other videos. So non-subscribers were coming to the page to get the NFL decoding stuff that was getting quite popular. And then they stuck around. And on the 7th, I released a video decoding some plans embedded in the predictive programming for the coming end of the internet and some blackouts.
Wow.
So that's on the books. And the day I released that video, I had my generally busiest day ever. 90,000 views, or 90K, 9/11, on the 7th. And then you see a roller coaster downhill drop off a cliff.
Right.
So that's what's going on.
Yep.
I've noticed a decrease in activity on Patreon as well. So this is what happens every year on the 7/7 day too. So this is a routine. I think I've documented this happening, I think for 4 years in a row now, something very similar. Before, they deleted all my subscribers in one day and then magically reappeared in 3 days. Now they've just ghosted my page, and my activity has literally kind of dropped off a cliff. So there you have it. Must be doing something right. Thanks for coming out. See you later.
Yeah, thank you. You know, he did a really good job of explaining that. Polarization Nation Illustrated. Yeah. Very good. All right. Sick Rape Day video game sparks global outrage. A sick video game where players commit sexual assaults against female characters has been pulled from Steam after a worldwide backlash. Good. Yeah, just these weird stories are just propagating. We had one last night. The kids are involved, you know, in the suicide thing, and it's like we can't even talk about it because we're just giving mileage to it, adding more virality by even discussing it. It's sick. All this crap. Yeah. Sexual assault, you know, the idea that people should get noticed for doing horrible things is sending a dangerous message to young people that the only way to get noticed and notorious is to do bad things. It's just wrong. We can't keep giving people any type of coverage when we are doing that. Yeah. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto is... I haven't even played 5 yet. And I understand I can get it for $5 now on eBay. So I'm probably going to get it for the Xbox 360 and go start playing it. We know some people that play it all the time just because they like, you know, taking down jets and things with the tools that they have in the game. It's like 11:59. You're still up at midnight. You're on the East Coast, Bangalitis. Yeah. Bug-eyed. I know. Well, we stay up till 2 in the morning here. So for those of you who are really addicted on the East Coast, it's a 5 o'clock show. You wait till the sun starts up. It's really not a good idea to hang in the show past midnight your time. Otherwise, you'll lose your sleep patterns and you'll be like me, you know, insomniac. Goes to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning every night. Yep, I just don't think that's good for you. I should follow what I tell people. So we've exposed a lot...
People are sick of this.
We are, and we're sick of a lot of stuff. And Reverend Manning can tell us all about that.
People are tired of the long-legged Mac Daddy.
And I told you we'd be dealing with him. And now Michelle may be running again. She may be running for president. So we're a little bit cautious about Michelle running. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. We're a little bit concerned that she's going to run for office, and in lieu of that, I've been very vocal about how Michelle is a dude. I don't mind telling people about that, you know. There's more than enough evidence that Barack Obama is gay, dating back to his early days. See, Obama was working as a CIA agent for a couple of years when he got out of Occidental. I don't even think he graduated, but he was sitting here on a chair with one of his homosexual lovers at Occidental College when he was discussing his future. There's a candid photograph we have of him at Occidental at this Palestinian gay friend of his who he traveled to Indonesia and Pakistan with. I meant Pakistani. Oh, you got a victim of MK Ultra live streaming? Okay.
March.
Scott Mesler. Okay, thanks. Yeah, Scott Hensler, right? Okay. Thanks, Blue Raven. Oh, okay, you're up and running. So we know that his homosexual past has been covered up, and he recently talked about meeting Michelle. But nobody's ever found out that they actually met, and Michelle was a guy named Michael LaVaughn Robinson. And Michael LaVaughn Robinson started dating Barack back in his Occidental years. And Michael LaVaughn Robinson is Michelle Obama. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. Evil doers, man. Yeah, man. The evildoer, Michelle Obama, man. Yeah, man. We know that she's the evildoer who came into a transgender woman. Yeah, man. Have you seen that guy on the internet that does that? He the evil woman, man. I have a close picture of this man who may be looking like this man in the picture, man. Take a look here, man. The evildoer Michelle Obama. Let us take a look at the picture, man. I don't ban people because they're pharmacists, dude. I mean, come on. Yeah, man. We're going to look at these pictures now. Let's rotate a little bit. Get a kind of a match. Sizing for proportionality. I'm making an adjustment for the position of the face. One moment, please. Yeah, man, we got a match, man. Yeah, the different face, man. The larger face, the making the movement of the mouth. Yeah, man, but he's definitely the same base, man. I'm sorry, I've taken on the identity of a person from, yes, from Dominican Republic, man. Or Jamaica. So that's the story of Obama's. It's a story of transgenderism and homosexuality in its greatest ever form. Yeah, it's kind of weird how they put one over on us. And many of you voted for Obama thinking he was straight and he was a Christian when in fact he gave up his Christian faith and expanded his relationship with Reverend Wright and completely went off the grid, never joined a church after that. So we know that he was a practicing Muslim. Yes, Blue Raven, you didn't know? Hey, we got a video from Scissor Fight. Look up, and we're being poisoned. Wow. Okay, I'm thinking that was pretty deep samba there. I mean, is it tuba or that was intense? Yeah, a tuba, very powerful, indeed, man. Oh yeah, man. We got a lot of things going on, man. Yes, man. Okay, man. I've got to break out of the talking like Jamaica, man. It's not good, man. Okay, back to normal. Thank you. It's addictive. I don't know. There's something about it. Yeah, I heard about Chelsea Manning back in jail. Chelsea Manning will not, in fact, release any information that she knows about the WikiLeaks, which first started with the reveal by Chelsea, or as she was known as, Bradley Manning at the time. And she is claiming that her constitutional rights are being violated. I have a hard time calling her. You know, it's just him, she, and her is better for me. Is that okay? Yeah, I mean, to call her a her is like a slam against women, in my opinion. But in any event, I think the government paid for Chelsea's penis to be removed. Did she not? He not? She not? He, she not? Did she get his penis removed? It's getting so complicated to talk about transgenders, you know? Yeah. But anyway, Chelsea is being arrested because she doesn't want anyone to know anything about the wiki because she says her constitutional rights are being violated. I don't know how many times I have to say it, and I still don't understand it. What constitutional rights are being violated? They're offering Chelsea Manning an immunity agreement with no punishment to talk about WikiLeaks. What is there to hide? So, it's very possible that WikiLeaks has something connected to a death threat against his or her. I mean, why else would she be concerned about talking? There's got to be some sort of an other reason, right? I'm guessing, but maybe death threat. If you're experiencing these symptoms, you may be a targeted individual. Well, let me guess. The targeted individuals that believe that they're being hit by rays directed at them, which is entirely possible, technically. We have the technology now to do this. The most visible and common TI symptoms, especially in the first stages when the attacks are uncontrollable and the body has not coped with them yet, are the red eyes. Wow. Are you sure you're not just, high on marijuana? Here we try to classify all kinds of symptoms that targeted individuals experience on one page. We refer to symptoms as both effects and control mechanisms. They have both functions at once. Mind control. Control of thought patterns, feelings, their expression. This idea of gang stalking, anchor feelings to certain words, sometimes colors, creating the illusion of guilt. Hypnotic trigger words that result in specific sensations, like, ooh, my you-know-what itches, I better scratch it. Monitoring attention, where to look, but also what to think about and what terms. Real-time mind reading before it becomes aware, erasing thoughts and memories, short-time memory problems. Ooh, is Alzheimer's? Targeted individuals? I mean, you got to wonder, right? Induced memories, synthetic associations that are believed to be made by a computer that is aware of the context. Induced dreams or manipulation of dreams. It's hard for me to bite a big chunk of this targeted individual theory, but these people really do believe that they're being, buzzed. And some of them show RFID chips in their body. I didn't believe this was true until I actually met a guy who had said he'd been, brought in by some sort of an alien group in his life. And he said, yeah, and they keep a track on me with this RFID chip. And he held up his arm and he showed me the outline of an RFID chip in his hand or in his arm. It's like, it literally looked like a chip you'd put in your computer. Pretty challenging. You got to wonder if that's really what's happening. And if you're one of those people that wonder a lot, we've got a place for you here. Yes. Welcome to Wonderland, where everything is whatever you want to make it. Yes. You can be anybody you want as long as you suck up to the Illuminati and Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Scary faces. Scary faces. I don't want to put an RFID chip anywhere. That's my point. I will not be chipped. I'll wear a ring. If they want to track me, I'll wear a ring. Yeah. I got no problem wearing a ring with an RFID chip in it, man. but you're not going to put it in my mouth or something. You're not going to install one in my body. It's actually dangerous to be chipped, because if somebody wants to, abduct you, they're going to rip up your body, pulling that chip out, so you can't be actually targeted. So if you want to be a good abductee, you better be nice. Would you like to be Mr. Rogers? We could fuse Mr. Rogers with Mayberry RFID. I'm not part of the Ultra. No way, man. Zelfire, you know me better than that. No way I'm part of the MK Ultra. No, man, I'm a legit human.
Kicking them in the face every time he gets up, lying to them. Then you got a bunch of, suck-ups like the MSNBC News, ABC News, and all these media types, and everybody who's looking to be popular and get invited to the White House, sucking up to him all the time.
I agree. I agree with the Reverend Wright Manning. Yeah. Reverend Manning has definitely got some major things. I agreed with him the whole time when he's talking about Obama. But, he definitely is tuned in. He gets a lot of respect among the African-American community, too. Reverend Manning. Hello, darkness, my old friend. What is this, Nazi Germany, too?
Hi, guys. It's Claudia with Cabin Talk. And I wanted to come on because, literally, where are we? Are we living in Nazi Germany already?
Yeah.
I mean, it is going crazy here, okay? And the reason I'm coming on is because Robert Kennedy Jr. is being blocked from testifying at congressional hearings. He's blocked from giving evidence.
Right.
And it's going about, let me just pull that up, about of course, mandatory vaccines, taking away the religious exemptions. And this is an article from Health Nut News, which I will give you. I will give you the link afterwards.
Wow. Well, she's got a good point, because Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is one of the best appointments Trump ever made. And he's revealed recently that they haven't studied the effects or interaction of vaccines for 30 years. And they've been rolling out different vaccines into the vaccine pool that have never been actually tested with each other. That's the serious thing. And that's why kids are having adverse reactions. Yeah, it's very serious. Vaccinations is the ultimate violation of your Fourth Amendment right. Sticking it in your body. Okay, I'm going to add these to the vaccination section as well. If I can find it. Man, I got so many links now. It's unbelievable. Wow. I can't believe all the links I have. Unbelievable. There it is. Okay. Okay, it's in there. Thanks. I'll play it tonight as well. Yeah, yowza. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has done the deep research recently, and he's come out talking about this, and now he's being stifled by Congress. They don't want him to even testify. And he's on the task force to deal with this. Talk about corruption and the power of Big Pharma. They're keeping him from testifying about the dangers of vaccines and the fact that they've been corrupt and working with the CDC all along. You got a targeted individual named Kyle. Okay. Oh, that's his whole website. Yeah. There's a lot of people that think they're targeted right now. They used to have a term for that. Yeah, they used to believe that people were mentally ill. I know, and it's shocking to see that there may be some truth to this targeted individual stuff. My mother was she was a professor of nursing, and one of her specialties was psychiatric nursing. And she actually worked as a crisis unit person for years, right in the trenches in the ER, and as a crisis unit person. And she oftentimes would come home and talk about, like, I remember in 1967 she came home and told me, I'll never forget it. She said, there's some guy who thinks that he's being controlled by radio frequencies, and it's affected his brain to the point where he actually thinks that they're communicating with him. And then he's talking weird stuff about how they've got the they're dropping chemicals on us, chemtrails or something. What do you think about that, Dave? I said, and I remember this in 1967. I was only 7 years old. I said, I think he's mentally ill, Mom. Yeah, and now here we're talking about chemtrails and targeted individuals. It's just kind of a weird turnaround. But at the same time, in 1965, our government was up to some pretty weird stuff. Yeah, like this issue of Popular Mechanics says it all. Let's see if you can see this. You can't really see it. No, it's too small. I have it on another page, but this is an issue of Popular Mechanics where they talked about... Let me see if I can open it up on another page. They talked about controlling creatures with radio frequencies. Yeah, let me see. It's got to be here. Let's see. November 1965. Yeah, radio frequencies controlled these creatures. They were monkeys mostly. They were doing testings on these things. There it is. Okay. Took a while. But check this out. Brain control by radio. 1965, November 1965. Brain control by radio. Look at that. Popular Mechanics. And they have a whole article in there. I happen to have an issue of this, but I can't really show it to you up close and personal right now. But it is how they used to hook electrodes up and, you know, control the brains of animals. So they've been using these things for years. It's been, you know. You think that 5G is going to kill all human beings with dopamine in the brain? Yeah, see, some people, I do believe that they're capable of weaponizing the 5G network. You know, you usually get the flu shot. Is that bad? At this point, let me just say this, that the flu shot is not effective in most cases. The one case it is effective is the pneumonia vaccine for older people. That's shown some effectiveness because they've targeted that one particular virus or bacteria, the pneumonia bacteria. And that's one instant. But most cases, it's not going to be effective. That's the truth. Oh, there's healing frequencies too. Yeah, I see you're onto that. Here you go, Tickens. Wow. Leave mama alone. Okay.
When were you ever learn?
Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one. I'm just not, yeah. When will you, I've learned my lesson just now. I don't know if these two are related. And
it's sickening. I mean, it's downright sickening to watch.
Sickening to watch. And a little concerned about Acacia's rise to power, considering she doesn't really know anything. But she has a lust or a zeal for power that only I've seen in people who are addicted to drugs. So, is Ocasio addicted to drugs? That's another question. Yeah, I don't know. Omar has been fighting against AIPAC, and I'm glad Omar actually said something openly about that.
Watch this.
I'm going to show you Omar testifying. About AIPAC, and I think even Nancy Pelosi is having a hard time with Omar. She's taking advantage of her position as a Muslim, one of the first Muslim state representatives, and she is speaking out.
A freshman lawmaker is taking heat for remarks that critics are calling anti-Semitic. In a tweet, Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar suggested that Republican support for Israel is fueled by money, specifically by donations from a pro-Israel lobbying group. We have senior congressional correspondent Manu Raju with details.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, in just her 7th week in office, again enduring sharp backlash after challenging support for Israel. The latest, a series of tweets Sunday that were criticized as anti-Semitic. First, in response to this threat from House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy.
If they do not take action, I think you'll see action from myself on ways that this cannot sustain itself. It's unacceptable in this country.
Minnesota Democrat tweeted, "It's all about the Benjamins, baby." That remark sparking an uproar, including from fellow freshman Democrat Max Rose, who called her statements deeply hurtful to Jews, including myself, calling her statement offensive by implying that Americans support Israel because of money alone. As the controversy grew, Omar sought to clarify her comments by tweeting AIPAC, implying she was referring to the powerful pro-Israel lobby. Yet that tweet doing little to calm the storm. Fellow Democrat Josh Gottheimer called it an anti-Semitic trope that is hurtful to so many Americans. Today, Gottheimer, along with fellow Jewish Democrat Elaine Luria, seeking signatures for a letter they plan to send to Democratic leaders, saying they are deeply alarmed by recent rhetoric from certain members within our caucus. Omar's election last fall was groundbreaking, joining with Michigan Democrat Rashida Tlaib as the first two Muslim women to serve in the House. While both have been critical of Israel, they have said that their positions are criticisms of Israel's government, not of the Jewish people. And their allies believe they have been unfairly singled out because of their religion.
I know Congresswoman Omar, I don't believe that she would harbor those sorts of views as they've been characterized.
They are among the only members of Congress to back BDS, which is a Palestinian-led movement seeking to impose economic pressure on Israel. They have said efforts in Congress to target the peaceful movement would trample free speech rights. Tlaib, a Palestinian American, declined to comment to CNN about BDS.
Can I ask you a quick question?
I'm going to be late. I promise. If you call my
Call. They haven't responded though.
well, please, I'm sure they'll get it to you.
Omar, a Somali immigrant who came to the U.S. 23 years ago, told CNN last week that Israel is indeed an ally of the U.S.
Do you think that Israel is an ally, or do you think it's an adversary?
Israel is an ally of the United States. We want to make sure that our allies are living out the same values that we push for.
Why do you support BDS? Why do you support BDS?
All right, thanks.
Influential Democrats are raising concerns about the Congresswoman's positions.
I think the BDS movement singles out Israel. It singles out the only Jewish state in the world. And I believe it's inherently unfair.
We do know that Congresswoman Omar is working on some sort of statement. We do expect that to come out. We have not seen her today. They have not clarified her remarks from last night. But the statement that just came out from Nancy Pelosi, along with the rest of her Democratic leadership team, tried to make it very clear that they disagree very strongly with Congresswoman Omar's tweets from last night. Part of what they said is that Congresswoman Omar's use of anti-Semitic tropes and prejudicial accusations about Israel's supporters is deeply offensive. We condemn those remarks and we call upon Congresswoman Omar to immediately apologize for these hurtful comments. The question is, what do they do from here? Republicans have been pushing for Congresswoman Omar to be stripped from her committee assignment on the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
I don't think anyone wants to take her burqa off seriously. I mean, I disagree. I don't think we should strip Omar at all. And I put this forth to the House that we do not strip her because her burqa is part of her religion, and to strip her is wrong. Well, I don't, but I could move things. You know, I have the ability to move the entire earth with my finger. But I am not my favorite Martian. I'm your favorite Martian. You're 22% Jewish? Well, welcome. You know, I'm here to debunk the theory that anti-Zionism, which is what Omar represents, is in some way anti-Semitic. Debunking the myth that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. All over the world, it's an alarming time to be Jewish. But conflating anti-Zionism with Jew hatred is a tragic mistake. Yeah, so don't just hate on her. She's making a very simple statement. She's making a statement that our foreign policy is essentially dominated by the AIPAC group. And I found out that AIPAC isn't even a political action committee. It's a public affairs committee. Can you believe that? They're not even a licensed political action committee. They've been funneling money into the hands of our government for years, decades. But it's among the very new definition of anti-Semitism. The definition produced by the International Holocaust Remembrance includes among its contemporary examples of anti-Semitism denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. In other words, anti-Zionism is Jew hatred. Yeah, I don't think so. In this day and age, anti-Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic, and claiming it uses Jewish suffering to erase the Palestinian experience. Yeah. The argument that anti-Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic rests on three pillars. The first is that opposing Zionism is anti-Semitic because it denies to Jews what every other people enjoys a state of its own. All right. My definition of Zionism today is this expanded notion that they want to control our government and essentially turn our government into the policeman around the world and create wars around and involving enemies of Israel like Iraq and Iran and Syria. My argument is that we no longer have to build our foreign policy around the notion that we are constantly protecting Israel. Israel is a nation, it can defend itself. That's my argument. And in that sense, I'm anti-Zionist. The caller could attack anybody he wants for being anti-Semitic, but the fact is there's nothing anti-Semitic about what she's saying. When did Israel become a government or a nation that we're solely supposed to actually support? And when was there a discussion among our Congress to do that? I have yet to see a credible dialogue among Congress to openly support Israel in their foreign policy. I agree with her on that. I think she's right. So we have to actually look at this as a reason to just give Omar a chance to speak. And in deference to the Muslim community in Dearborn, Michigan, or wherever, I think we have to realize that even you people have a place at the table to discuss issues. And I don't think we can segregate her because she is Muslim. But asking her to strip, I think that's a big mistake. No, I would never deny the Jewish people their homeland. But you must bear in mind that the origin of the Zionist state did not come from the Torah. There's no reference to a nation of Israel in the Torah. And every rabbinical expert would say that the Jewish faith rests on the Torah. So there's no legitimate reason. And many people who are Orthodox Jewish believe that this Zionism has created a wedge and driven a wedge between Jews and Muslims, especially considering it's taken over the country that they once occupied, Israel. But the real source of Israel, the origin of Israel, I'll let the person say who he is, and that is the Rothschild family.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I feel that it is definitely something that was essential to the development of...
So really, we're looking at a vast conspiracy now to create a state of Israel, which I'm perfectly okay with at this point, because those people did deserve it. The suffering that they incurred during the Holocaust was atrocious. You can argue about how many people died during the Holocaust, but the state of Israel is here to stay, folks. We're not going to in any way see them as an enemy either. They're an ally of the United States, period. I'm not standing there supporting them as a Zionist. I'm supporting them as a standard American who believes that they have a strong reason to be our allies. However, we should not be ruled by organizations that are influence our government from within, like AIPAC, funneling money to candidates without even being a political action committee, violating McCain-Feingold law. I mean, these are issues that are not even addressed in American mainstream media. You can call it an illegal state, but again, you're running around. Technically, you could claim America as an illegal state against the Native Americans. I mean, we could claim that every single organization that ever landed and took over a country, every group of people are illegally occupying. I mean, you could run that argument over everything. But even the Native Americans were fighting over territory that they couldn't agree on. The Comanches were known to actually eat Apaches for dinner. Well, it's not a defense, it's a reality. The fact is, people have been killing each other for centuries. Doesn't matter what colors and racial backgrounds. Humans kill each other over territory. And the Yom Kippur War proved that Israel had a greater ability to defeat 7 nations around them, and to this day have been very generous with their property and land, by the way, in all deference to the Israeli nation. Offering the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt was a massive land grab for Egypt, and I'm sure that they would never relinquish it. And Israel hasn't been solely against all the aggressors that have tried to attack them. They've actually tried to work out a plan for a state of Palestine. Netanyahu has a plan. He actually talks about it. But the bribery charges that are pending against him, you know, these come and go. I don't know if it's going to stick. But we still have hope that there will be a state of Palestine. It was offered to Yasser Arafat, and he refused to accept it. He wanted Jerusalem. And he refused to take an area of Israel or an area outside of Israel that would have been ideal for a Palestinian state. He refused. And this has been going on for years, decades. But Netanyahu actually made a good point about Hitler. Hitler was manipulated by Muslims to kill the Jews. So there's a reason for this hostility, especially since Zionism has been at the center of this hostility. Okay, I gotta go alphabetical. Yeah, so here we have Netanyahu speaking out about it and telling you why Hitler did what he did.
And this attack and other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920, 1921, 1929 were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them. And he was sought during the Nuremberg trials for prosecution. He escaped it. Later died in cancer after the war, died of cancer in Cairo. But this is what Haj Amin al-Husseini said. He said, the Jews seek to destroy the Temple Mount. My grandfather in 1920 seeks to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So this lie is about 100 years old.
Yep. And many people don't know that Hitler was actually a Zionist. So when you support Israel, you're looking at the origins of Zionism pre-Hitler, dating back to the late 1800s. But Hitler was a Zionist who believed that Israel would be, to control Jerusalem would be the greatest goal. So the killing of those Jews, however many that you want to agree died, was part of the justification for a state of Israel. And ultimately, Hitler got what he wanted. I'm sorry to say that Hitler was not killed in Austria. He lived on, and our government knew that he was living on. Recent reveals by the FBI have shown over 200 documents FBI documents showing Hitler was alive and living in Argentina. That's right. So why? You want to go to the FBI vault, you can look at it directly. Yeah, here is the link to Adolf Hitler, and here is the link to the FBI vault. It's common knowledge, it's on the internet. There's over 200 pages of people that saw Hitler in Argentina. They say that he lived till 1962 and died then. But the reality is our own government didn't pursue this man who killed all these Jewish people. What's that make you wonder what's going on? So today, we've talked about Operation Paperclip and how lots of Germans were mainstreamed as American scientists, microbiologists, even chemical warfare makers were brought over from Germany, and they worked for our government after we took over. But what's the most disturbing reveal, and we're going to go to this right away, is the possibility that John Podesta may be the son of Joseph Mengele. Now, this is a really out there discussion. We're going to take a look at this in about 3 or 4 minutes after we do our break. But yeah, this is a full-on 41-minute video featuring the theory that Podesta may be the actual son of Joseph Mengele. Yeah, and we're wondering about this allegations of child or Comet Pizza, Pizzagate, and all these child trafficking issues, and we're wondering, the allegations, are they true? Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell both dying, both wanting to expose human trafficking of children, both dead by the same suspicious means, suicidings, and both of the cases seem to be covered up handily by the FBI when there's evidence of foul play. Doesn't really make any other sense unless you see the government being already co-opted and run by various elements of the Nazis. Then it begins to seem much more realistic that our government's been covering up cases where they're protecting people like Podesta, and the allegations are not being sought at as an investigation. So I'm pretty sure that our country is purposely working with the very same element that was in Nazi Germany back in the war, prior to us winning World War II. And we know that the Bund parties were going on in America during the time in the 1930s when Americans were, largely German background. Most of us, the complexion of America was 57% Germanic background in 1942. Most of us were German heritage. I have German heritage. But that's an interesting side note. Now it's 53% Germanic heritage in America. So the roots of Nazism may very well have not been cut off, and they may be continuing to grow within our own government right now as we speak. Hitler had a Department of Homeland Security, much like we have a Department of Homeland Security. Our Department of Homeland Security allegedly met with the head of the German Stasi, East German Stasi, when they first formed the Department of Homeland Security here, Marcus Wolf. He met with our Homeland Security as a consultant. So, it's almost like they created the same apparatus and they're running the same operation they ran in Germany right out of the same playbook. And here we are being dumbed down by fluoridation in our water system, mind-bending propaganda being pushed on us daily. They're even dumping chemicals in the sky above us. It's almost like they're trying to reenact the Holocaust yet again. Okay, I can't take a BitChute thing. It just ties up my cache. Now, Donald Trump studied under Adolf Hitler. He read the speeches of Adolf Hitler. Yeah, people don't realize that Ivana Trump's deposition in their divorce case gave Trump the ability to she talked about him reading speeches, Hitler's speeches, right before he went to bed. Yeah, he might be experimentation. You never know. So that comes to a grinding halt, and the realization that maybe we've got a duplicate of the World War II scenario where our country is being led by Nazis and the Hitlerian mindset is gobbling us up. Here we go again. Here we go again. All right, we're signing off now. Good luck enjoying your evening and getting through the weekend. I'll be out tomorrow. Will be Sustainable Saturday, so Saturday we do a show at 5 p.m. I talk now about how we're going to kind of build up against the environmental disaster that's looming without having to tax you all with cap and trade like the Democrats keep pushing. I'm not, you're a nitpicker and we need to get you out of there. Trump can read at a 4th or 5th grade level. And if you want to read Hitler's speeches at a 4th or 5th grade level, you can. Just because he can't read very well doesn't mean he can't read. Again, the nitpicker has been kicked out, permabanned. So these are big questions that I think are kind of ringing in the back of our mind, that the government seems to not be representing the American people anymore. They seem to be representing some sort of a secret society. And the more we turn to our agencies like the FDA and the EPA and the CDC, the more we find corruption. And I'm not okay with that. You might be okay with that, but I'm not okay with that. Because frankly, that's wrong. We cannot allow these elements of corruption to continue to fester in the agencies that are designed to protect us. And when we are being told that they can't do anything to determine if autism is related to vaccines because they've tested everything, and a recent test just had a ridiculous statement that 600,000 cases have been evaluated and they found no connection. I find connections all the time. There's a study in Yale, 2014, showing a 38% increase in autism of kids that are vaccinated. Black kids, especially. I mean, you can't ignore these things. They're happening right in front of our faces, and we've got to accept the fact that they're pushing their agenda right now. They've got this absolute dunce who's obviously got a zeal for power and no brains to back it up, pushing an agenda when I haven't even been heard in the media in 10 years. She gets instantaneous success. And the real question is she really Ocasio, or is she Eva Abadan, the sister of the lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton? These are questions I'm still going to be raising unless I see these two together at one location simultaneously. I'm not going to believe for a second that she is in play. And as a Saudi Arabian secret agent, Eva Abadan could very well be placed as an American official with a new identity. So I think our country is under attack. I think our country is deeply being compromised at the highest level. And again, your nitpicking isn't going anywhere, because I said that Trump can read at a 4th grade level. You can read Hitler's speeches at a 4th grade level. Thank you. Wow. This guy has got some serious mental problems, and he keeps coming in here. It's crazy. It's so stupid. So I guess that's it. Now there's a story here called The Backyard Mechanic that is taking on Tesla. This looked interesting. Sarah said, check this out. This guy pulled a 1,300-pound, 400-volt battery out of a Tesla that had been underwater. And then with no real clue of what he was doing, he opened it and tried to fix it. It was terrifying, he said. He's a 36-year-old man who, he's starting to build his own cars, I guess. He stripped the car down, tore out all the ruined electronics, and pried out the seats, which had rusted in place thanks to the salt water. He ordered the parts from Tesla, and he got it running. Tesla does not want anyone working on its cars besides Tesla, and it refused to sell Benoit the parts he wanted. Wow. The statement from Tesla said there are significant safety concerns when salvaged Teslas are repaired improperly. He understood the point. He believed the people had a right to repair them. Okay, he found another Model S that he could work with. More than a year of tinkering and challenge, he had proudly restored the Dolores near back to showroom quality. 6 days later, he posted a video. Wow. We're going to play you that video tonight. Cool.
All right, so the top questions that I get asked over and over and over and over again are the same things in every video. 1, can we see pictures of your wife? 2, how much you pay for your Tesla? And 3, will it supercharge? So I'm gonna...
All right, we got a guy making his own Teslas in the backyard. That'll be fun. Okay, Dave, I have serious mental problems. Thanks for letting me stay. I know. We've got a lot of people with mental problems in our show. But some of them, like that guy, Melko, he stalks us. And he says the same thing over and over again. It's a problem. Government paid millions to vaccine injured kids. Wow. An exclusive 8-minute video on that. That'll be coming too. Well, it's never too late to add links to our show, and even when I'm out, I can sometimes bring them in. So we have a pretty ripe show tonight for all of you. I know you're excited. But yeah, I know. Kicking back. We got more than enough to keep your mind active. Is in this world that's controlled by the mainstream media. We've got all these opportunities to see alternatives here. It could be billions, yeah. And that was 2011 when this came out. Okay, thank you. Good link. Don't worry, be happy. Thank you. I hope everything's going well with you. Everybody's got a challenge in life nowadays, just getting through the day, and weekly challenges, meeting your bills, your payments. Life is not getting any easier, is it? It's not flawed logic. No, you suffer from OCD, Melko. Yeah, you need to get treated. You just don't understand. There's gray areas in every single discussion, and you can't understand that. It's so sad. I wish you would have figured that out a long time ago. You would have saved this show a lot of hassles harassing us. And we'll wrap this up with the attorney for R. Kelly, who had represented him in the previous trial. He says R. Kelly is guilty as hell. The singer's prominent lawyer from his first trial says. So we'll find out if that's going forward. And of course, Juicy Smollett got 16 counts indictments against him for rigging the staged event so that he could get more money on his show. What a joke. I mean, it's not funny. It's sick. Venezuela is hit by a major blackout, which the government claims is sabotaged by Western leaders. Right. So this has been going on, and we've got a video here we'll play a little bit more of later tonight as well, along with a Missouri cancer patient that was basically searched for having THC by a cop. It's ridiculous. In a state that's legalizing marijuana. It's unbelievable. Okay, this is it. John Podesta, the story of him being related to Joseph Mengele. Wow. Who would have ever thought? See you guys later. No, if your mom says that, you need to stop thinking bad thoughts. Guess 4335. Start to mellow out. You don't want to turn into anybody like that. Yeah, take a chill pill and ride the boat to happiness. Yeah, you're a little too weirded out for your mom's good. She's just being a good mother and telling you to stop being so weird. Get on the boat to happiness and you'll be there as soon as you can. Stop being so freaky. Believe me, your 20s are going to be difficult. Your 30s are going to get a little easier. By the time your 40s, you won't be thinking like that. All right. See you later. Oh, you're 47. Oh, you're pretty far gone. I don't know what to say, man. Good luck with that. Here we go again. Okay, can't stop. We won't stop. See you later.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop.